Hello, my name is HQ of HQ Reacts. Welcome to my channel. Please do me a favor. Hit the like button, share the stream, and click the notification button for new content.
Hey, 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 here is HQ. HQ is in the house. HQ is in the house, right? I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff today, and I had things to do, but I wanted to come on here and make this particular video. Because, I'm always doing the video thing. And today I was curious. As to what the big deal or the difference between the Democrats, liberals, conservatives, right? Because every time I get conservatives in the chat, they say libertards are X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, and X, Y, and Z. So I was like, okay, let's find out. Let's put everything to the test. Let's put things to the test where people have an idea of what they want to say about conservatives and liberals. Now, let's keep in mind that people say, what is a conservative? A conservative and liberal. What's a conservative and a liberal? That's the first thing you got to figure out. What's a conservative? Right? So we just want to define what they are. A conservative, and I'm just reading the definition, right? A conservative generally believes in keeping things the way they are or going back to more traditional values. They usually prefer less government involvement in the economy and person's lives. Okay. They often emphasize personal responsibility, family values, law and order, lower taxes, free markets, limited welfare programs. Okay, so we got to keep all of that in mind, right? That's exactly what I thought a conservative was. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. As long as you stick to those tenets of being a conservative. Now, a liberal generally believes in progress and change, especially when it comes to making society more equal and more fair. They see government as a tool to solve problems and protect people's rights. They usually support social service programs, helping the elderly, the poor, and the vulnerable. They tend to favor higher taxes on the wealthy to fund education, healthcare, and social services. That sounds like what we believe in as Democrats. Okay. I'm assuming that's what conservatives believe in their what they believe, right? Now, absolutely nothing wrong with either one of those philosophies. If that is the direction that you want to go. Nothing wrong with those philosophies. Okay? The problem comes in when a country doesn't know which one or which direction they want to go. We're going to take, for example, today's country, because most people, they're more tuned in now than they have been before. They weren't tuned in before, but they are tuned in now, right? So, and Donald Trump is supposed to be on the conservative side. He's on the conservative side, right? So we're going to look at it like this way. the conservative, and tell me if I'm wrong. If you got a weird comment or a chat, put it in the super chat, because y'all come over here and nobody does any super chats, nobody does anything. So you want to comment red, then you need to put it in the super chat. So, conservative. Donald Trump is supposed to be conservative, right? He's on the conservative side. Personal responsibility, family values, law and order. All right. Lower taxes, free markets, and limited welfare programs. We got that. Okay. We got that. Limited welfare programs. The Republicans, we'll start with one. The Republicans want to get rid of Medicare and food stamps. They've tried to do most of that in the big, beautiful bill. They tried to get rid of that in the big, beautiful bill. They get rid of some of it. So we know that's true. We know that's true about the Republicans. Limited social programs. They cut out Medicaid and food stamps. We got that. Free markets. In order for the programs to go away, when those programs go away, social services programs goes away, social programs go away, they're going to be subject to privatization. Okay? They're going to be subject to privatization because the government doesn't want to have anything to do with dealing with those programs. So I wonder how that's going to go when Social Security, food stamp, I don't know whether food stamp was, Social Security, Section 8, Medicare, if all of those things go into the private sector. I wonder how people are going to fare. The least fortunate among us would fare. So they do want the free markets and they want people to buy whatever they want to buy, however they want to buy it. Somebody said something to me about insurance being able to transfer from one state to the next. That's what I was told. Okay, fine and dandy. Lower taxes. So does that mean lower taxes for middle class people or just rich people? Because I'm asking, I don't know. Does that mean lower taxes for us middle class people or lower taxes for the rich? Because we need to know. Because a lot of y'all been bitching lately about lower taxes for middle class people because you don't want to pay for the food stamps. You don't want to pay for the poor. So that means you want lower taxes. So, and that's liberal and conservative. So we get that nobody wants to pay higher taxes. We get all that too. Right? And then it says law and order. Of course, law and order. Of course. We got Trump in people's neighborhoods. That's the law and order. He means law and order. People in neighborhoods dragging people out of apartments, doing all those good things. So we see where he's talking about law and the border. We get all of that in the border. The border thing is okay, except you're doing it the wrong way. I just think you're doing it the wrong way, but then that's just me. Family values. Now, I can make an argument that we all have family values. We all have family values. Okay? I can make that argument. So that's not something that conservatives have a leg up on. Family values doesn't have a leg up on conservatives don't have a leg up on family values of Democrats. I think it's fairly even across the board, right? Every one of you are hypocrites. Every one of you are hypocrites, both sides, hypocrites about when it comes to family values, right? And personal responsibility. They love to say something about personal responsibility. Basically, what they mean is we don't want to fund any of your social net programs. They don't want to fund any social net programs, right? So that means they don't want to fund any social service net programs. Then we shouldn't be funding billionaires and millionaires. That's why I look at it. We shouldn't be funding anybody. And we shouldn't be funding overseas. if we can't afford to take care of people here. But then that's just me. I don't know. That's just me. So somebody give me some other thought process as to what you mean when you say conservatives like personal responsibility, family values, law and order, lower taxes, free markets, and limited social welfare programs. Those are 6 things. Is that correct or is not correct? I don't know because I haven't seen anybody put anything different in the chat. So I'm going on to the liberal, what liberals think. So we said with the liberals, they support social programs. Okay, because we believe a big tide everybody rises if we have a high tide. Everybody's in the boat. Everybody has to be in the boat. We leave no man down. We leave no man on the field. And we should provide for our indigent, our handicapped, our elderly, and our veterans. That's what the Democrat feels. That we have to take care of our indigent, our poor, and our health, which is what I believe, which is what I personally believe. We have to take care of the indigent, the homeless, the veterans, the poor. Okay? Social programs help do that. So therefore, we need those social programs. Then it says we tend to favor higher taxes on the wealthy. Not necessarily higher taxes on the wealthy, but more fair, equitable division of the taxes. Maybe a progressive tax, which would be more of a fair tax. Okay? That would be more of a fair tax. Or a flat tax or something to that effect. But we definitely should be able to fund our education, our health care, and our social service programs. Because we make a lot of money in this country. Okay? And this is the Democratic Party. This is what the Democrats believe in. It's really simple. Okay? It's really a simple thing. And there's nothing wrong with what you believe in. So we have the conservative and the Democrats. Right. So then we get into what are the 5 main differences that we have? What are the 5 main differences? Number 1, and the most major one, is our role and everybody's role in government and how government should be in our lives, how government should show up in our lives. Democrats usually believe government should play a strong role in helping people, funding healthcare, education, and social programs, because investing in those things means we have a robust, smarter, healthier electorate. When we invest in education, healthcare, and social program, we have a better electorate. Okay? Then Republicans or conservatives believe we should have smaller government. Smaller government. They prefer limited government involvement and think us as Democrats, well, I ain't finna do that. I ain't finna do the partisan thing. They prefer limited government involvement and think individuals and businesses should have more freedom to make their own choices. I'm still trying to figure out how, if somebody can tell me how the government hinders them from doing what they want to do with their business. Okay? What hinders them from doing business how they want to do business now? And why is it that conservatives feel that because you help with healthcare, education, and social programs, that makes it a bigger government, that the government has to be bigger? Right now, the government has been gutted. Is it fun? Is it functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning? That's the whole question. Is it functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning since it's been gutted? Is there compensation that is happening with these people not being in the workforce? Albeit, you can get some slimming and some trimming in the government, but did you slim and trim the government in the correct way, or did you take a hammer, a hatchet, and just started firing people? Was it okay to fire all the special needs, the people, the Department of Education, where you regulate special needs? Was that a need for that to be done? Okay. So my whole thing is, did you take the time to consider why these programs were the way they were before they got cut out? Just because you have small government doesn't mean it's efficient government. That's the argument I would have. Just because it's smaller doesn't mean it's more efficient. It could work worse. It could work worse, but I don't think we went through any kind of training scenarios. I don't think we went through any kind of thing that would have given us a good idea as to whether it would have been more efficient to cut all of these people or not. I think they just went in and started cutting people. Smaller government doesn't necessarily mean efficient. Okay? So that's not an argument. It has to be efficient. It has to be good enough. So, and I argue, when the president cut the Department of Education, he cut special needs education, special needs departments. So what are those people supposed to do, seeing as how those things were cut? That's a much needed department. That's a much needed part of the federal government. Special needs people, a department. It's not called special needs. I can't remember what it's called, but special needs people. Okay. So that's one of the differences that we have. The role of government. We believe the role of government is to help the people who are unfortunate and who cannot help themselves, the elderly, the handicapped, special needs, children, X, Y, and Z. And the Republicans don't. Because otherwise we would not have gotten all of those programs, and they want to get rid of the Department of Education, and they want to get rid of all of those things that help and disadvantage the less fortunate of us. So that's not a priority. Taking care of and making sure their electorate is educated is not that important. Not as important as a Democrat anyway. At least that's what I can say, because all of those programs were cut. Number 2, taxes and the economy. Democrats tend to support higher taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations to fund public programs and reduce inequality. Meaning, we believe that there should be a fair and flat or progressive tax, which means every person should get taxed equally to equal measure to the amount of their wealth. To equal measure. There's no way that Donald Trump should have paid $750 in taxes, and we as regular individuals pay way more than that. Something is wrong with the system. So we believe in higher taxes, or flat or progressive taxes. Let's put it that way. Flat or progressive taxes. Okay. I don't believe me saying anything about businesses or anything like that. I think I said what I said. Democrats tend to support higher taxes on wealthier individuals and corporations, well, to fund public programs. Of course, I think we should have a fair, flat, or either progressive tax rate. However, they need to do it to make it fair and free and fair and equitable to all of us. Republicans favor lower taxes for everyone, especially businesses and higher earners. believing that this encourages job creation and growth. No, I beg to differ. You believe in lower taxes for the rich and the business owner, but you definitely don't believe in lower taxes for the poor. And I'm with Charlie Kirk with that. A flat tax across the board, everybody, regardless of what you pay. Whatever, that's what you got to pay. Okay. Number 3, Democrats. Oh, social issues. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Healthcare. Healthcare. I scrolled too far. Healthcare. Democrats typically support universal or government-backed healthcare options, like expanding the Affordable Care Act, single payer, because we can afford it. If we can afford to send money overseas to other countries, we can afford healthcare here. Republicans prefer private healthcare systems and believe competition among providers helps keep costs lower. So the Democrats believe we should all have free or subsidized health care. Republicans believe that we all have to pay for our own insurance. Let's be clear. Republicans believe that we need to pay for our own, everybody pays for their own insurance. That's a big difference between the Republicans and the Democrats, the conservatives and the liberals. That's what they believe. That's why the Republicans have never held any kind of meetings regarding health care. Never have voted. Not one Republican has ever voted for health care in the last 30 years, 35 years. Not one Republican has voted for health care. So they don't want to give you health care. They don't want to give you regular health care. They want you to pay for your own health care. Even though people can't afford it, they want the citizens to pay for their own health care. They want to turn it over to private health care. And the Democrats, which is what they're fighting for now, is to keep it subsidized through the government so everybody can afford health care. Next one, climate and environment. Democrats prioritize addressing climate change through renewable energies and environmental regulations. Republicans focus more on economic growth and energy independence, sometimes questioning strict environmental regulations. So, apparently the Republicans don't believe in climate change. So if they don't believe in climate change and they don't even believe it's real, what is the point in even talking to them about it? We just do what we want to do when we're in the lead. We're in the driver's seat because we cannot depend on Republicans to face the fact that we have a heating of the planet or climate change. Then the last one that I scrolled to is social services, social issues. Okay. Democrats often support progressive positions such as LGBT rights, abortion rights, stronger gun control. Republicans emphasize traditional values, religious freedom, and gun ownership, which do not include LGBT rights or abortion rights. So that's a big contention between us. But this is not the be all and end all of all of the differences that we have. Okay? But Republicans always want to make it about the social issues. But it's that's not the whole issue. We're going to disagree on moral issues. It just is what it is. But the law, whatever the law is, has to encompass everyone's moral position. at least most of our moral positions. Right for what is it? Gun ownership. They don't want to do any kind of gun reform, so that's a general issue for both sides. Religious freedom. You have a right to practice your religion, so do I. Religious freedom. Abortion rights. I should have the right to have an abortion, and you should have a right not to have an abortion. Thus, the law should be legal, so I am not disenfranchised with that particular issue there. LGBT rights. LGBT rights, they should have rights. They're human beings too. They shouldn't have special rights, but they should just have rights. Just like everybody else. Okay? So, this is where we are. This is where we differ. Okay? I'm still... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So, the question was, why do we have... Somebody submitted this question. Why do we have such stark philosophies? Stark differences between us? We see the world and we see the role of government very differently. Okay? Republicans emphasize personal responsibility and freedom. They see government as power. They see government power as something that should be limited because too much control can interfere with individual liberty and economic growth. I would kind of push back on that because your president is doing the extra. Your president is doing the most lately. Democrats tend to believe the government can be a tool to create fairness and opportunity within its electorate, especially for people who've been left behind or who are less fortunate than the next. We see a shared responsibility, like funding education. Everybody should fund education so we can have education, so we can have health care. I look at it as a moral duty to help support my country. That's where you're wrong, Osmos. We're not being fascist. You need to really look at what your president is doing. That's fascist behavior. You really need to look at what your president is doing. So that's our core differences right there. Collective good versus individual freedom are at the root, at the heart of why we have these differences. We are a very diverse, big country. Urban areas where people live closer to each other and depend on more systems, shared systems, transportation, healthcare, schools. Most of those people normally lean Democratic. Rural, where people rely more on self-sufficiency and tight-knit communities, tend to lean Republican. What does fascist mean? I don't know. What does it mean? Your president. What do you mean? Hold on. Let me turn this off. So, fascism means when a government demands total loyalty and subjugation and control with their government, with their approach to governing people. Okay? Their approach to governing people. Total loyalty to the nation or the leader or one individual leader. Osmos good. Before Biden came along, we already had measles, mumps, and rubella as a shot that kids had to have before they went to school. Stop it. Stop it. you all lost your mind because somebody told you to take a vaccine. So in fascism is when a government demands loyalty to a leader, a nationalist leader, and tries to control every part of life: politics, media, economy, education, and even culture. It rejects democracy, free speech, and opposing viewpoints. Sort of sounds like the president today. He rejects democracy. He rejects free speech. We can't say what we want. We can't say Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. We can't say Donald Trump is a piece of shit. We can't say that Christian nationalism is a piece of shit. We can't say that. We can't say we Antifa, otherwise we're going to get arrested. We can't say that. We have opposing viewpoints. No, you got to believe the way we believe. You ain't legitimate if you don't believe in Christianity. You ain't legitimate if you don't go along with the X, Y, and Z. This is what we are hearing. Why do you think people keep calling this president saying the president is going down a fascist rabbit hole? Because he tries to stifle the free speech by telling us we can't talk about this, we can't talk about that, we can't say this, we can't say that. Because Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Why would Trump come over here and see my page? Why would Trump be over here seeing my page? That don't even make sense. So that's that's the core idea of fascism. But we're not talking about fascism, are we? We're not. Our core differences. Okay? Yes. And we see it. So cultural and religious roots. The U.S., as I said, the U.S. is a big, gigantic, diverse country. Urban areas where they live closer together depend more on those shared systems. And we, as Democrats, that's us. In the city, bigger cities, bigger towns, whatever. Smaller cities, smaller towns, whatever. Is Republican. Nothing wrong with that. It just is what it is. Okay? We have different economic interests. Working class people or lower class income people normally support Democrats because we support policies that help lift up poor people. Wage increases, healthcare access, union support. We normally support those things. Minimum wage increase, healthcare, union support. Normally we support that. That's what we support as a Democrat. So a conservative might think that lowering taxes and fewer regulations works for their side. Every time a Republican gets into office, they want to lower taxes for people. They want to gut regulations for people. And I'm saying, is that a successful strategy? Because I've never benefited from an employer getting a tax cut. I've never said, okay, have the once the boss gets a tax cut, he's gonna pass that tax cut on to us. He's gonna pass the tax cut on to the workers. I've never seen a person that makes jobs pass it on to us workers. And that's the whole point. That's the lure. For some reason, it's a lure to the poor people that they think an employer will make his stuff trickle down to them, and it never happens. I've never seen it happen. You get tax cuts from Trump and then you pass that savings on to me. I've never had that happen at all. Nobody is benefiting from no tax. Nobody's benefiting from the no tax. Stop it. It hasn't even kicked in yet. I know that for a fact. Okay. So that's the Republican way. The Republicans feel, the conservatives feel that if they give the tax breaks to the rich, then the rich is going to pass the savings on to the poor. Never has it happened. And yet they keep touting that same lie. Never has it happened. I still need people to put in the chat what the big beautiful bill that gave those rich billionaires and millionaires money. I need you to put in the chat what it did for the poor working man between 30,000 and 150K. I need somebody to put that in the chat. No, you don't. 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 Don't believe that. No, you don't. So please hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button. Thank you very much. I'm always just putting out facts here, just putting out facts, not really, deciphering that, but we're putting out facts here. So people in the working class, which is the Democrats, the trickle down economics don't work for the poor class. They just don't. Okay. So people in the working class, which are the Democrats, they support people that minimum wage help, healthcare helps, union helps, those kind of things. So we're always for the common poor man. We're always working for the common poor man. Okay. I believe in helping the indigent, the poor, the elderly, and the veterans. Those are the four things I believe in helping. People I believe in helping. The Democrats are the only party that wants to help that group of people. Now, tonight I kept hearing people say, oh, the Democrats and Republicans, they the same bird. They get the same opposite wings of the same bird. But we can do two things at the same time, right? You can be a part of getting money from the corporations, but you can also be in favor of helping your poor fellow man. You don't have they're not two opposite ends. You can help. You can get money from corporations, but you can also do good for the poor. You can also help the unions. You can also help all of those things. So I don't listen to people who say, oh, they just the same. They both the same thing. No, they ain't. Republicans and them, we built different. We built different. We built different. Okay. We are built different. We are for the poor, the weak, and the handicapped. We're for those people and the middle class. So the media, social media, amplifies this division between us. Each side has its own sources that reinforce their worldview. Except ours is much smaller because we just never got on the internet and did that. Our policies speak for themselves. The success of Democratic policies speak for themselves. Okay. They speak for themselves, at least they're supposed to. Okay. Instead of hearing both sides, people often hear only what aligns with their existing beliefs. If you don't believe poor people should have anything, you don't believe poor people should have food stamps, if you don't believe there should be a handout or a social contract related to the less unfortunate than us, if you don't believe that, then you'll go with the Republican Party. because they're always touting or they're always talking about, oh, you Democrats, you always want handouts, you always want free stuff, you always playing the victim. As I stated, I understand what the Democrats do for the people. Democrats brought Social Security, disability, food stamps, Section 8, Medicare, Medicaid. Democrats bought those things to the United States. Democrats put those things on the table. Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, Section 8. All of the Democrats brought that to the table to help this country. And I asked you, what did the Republicans bring to the table? What were the 5 things that the Republicans brought to the table that helped the American people as a collective? What were those 5 things? I don't know. Nobody has put it in the chat yet. What those 5 things? We as Democrats, we brought Social Security, disability, Section 8, Medicare, Medicaid. We brought those things to the table. What did the Republicans bring to the table? I'm just asking. I'm asking you Republicans. You all say you're the superior party. I want to know how you're superior to the Democrats. What did you bring to the table that was equal or comparable to the Democrats that helped us, our country as a collective? I just want to know. Moral and identity politics. Politics has become more than just politics. It's not policies. I'm sorry, policies. It's more about identity. Being a Republican or Democrat is like, who are you? What are you? What do you believe? Here, I think every time we have a show, every time I have people come in, every time I talk, I ask people. When I come on here, I ask people, what do you believe in as a Republican? What do you believe in? I believe in helping the poor, the handicapped, the disabled, our veterans. I believe in those 5 things. Those are the 4 or 5 things. Those are the things that the Democrats believe in doing. That's why I vote Democrat. What do the Republicans believe in doing? Hold on. Un momento. Hold on. Hold on. Hello? Okay. Hello, Stephen?
Hello, how are you today, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. Hello. What do you have to contribute to the topic? No animosity tonight. Just
no, I'm not that type. I'm not that type.
No, I'm saying I'm not bringing animosity. I'm saying this is a friendly.
Man, politics brings out some of the worst in all of us because we all feel very passionate about the way we believe and how we see the world.
Right.
You know, we've had a conversation before, and
yeah, I remember your voice. I remember.
Yes, ma'am. And we had a good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I am a Republican, okay? And I certainly see the world differently than many other people.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that I see it, I feel like that we should nurture and foster a culture that is weighted more towards individual responsibility. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a social safety net.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at your own paycheck and you realize that between your property taxes and your city taxes and then your state taxes, I'm from Minnesota, I pay a state income tax as well on my labor.
Mm-hmm.
And then my federal taxes, my Social Security taxes, my Medicare taxes, and then the sales taxes I pay on top of that. If I had to guess, I would round that out to around 55% of the money I spend goes back to the government or make.
Mm.
So when I look at that, I see lost investment in myself. Okay.
Okay.
Now, while I'm not against having a strong military, our military spending is out of control. I'm a Republican. I can admit that. We
So
don't
you
need to be
think that
spending
the
$900
military
billion.
spending is way out of control? You think it's way out of control? Because so do I. I think we
Yes,
could do better.
absolutely. Since 2001, when 9/11 happened, we have been spending an absurd amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not going to sit there and cherry pick every program that Democrats got into place because the Republicans overspend as well. Okay, I'm not ignorant to that fact.
Right.
But here's the truth of the matter, okay? And this is going to hurt everyone's feelings. The United States has insulated itself from suffering for its people, okay?
I
And
know who
because
you
we have,
are. Are you the
yes,
one who
ma'am.
told me about Venezuela?
Yes,
Got you. Now I know. Okay, go ahead.
yes, ma'am. If we keep insulating ourselves from discomfort and suffering, now I'm not saying that we need to let people starve. I think that's an awful position to take for any political party.
Right.
What I'm saying is that the more we prolong the suffering, the worse it's going to get. And me as a real Republican, I look at the national debt and I say, okay, we are charging our grandchildren's children
Mm-hmm.
for us insulating ourselves from the suffering now. Okay. And this goes all the way back to 2001. It's carried through the spending of the Obama administration, then the first Trump, and then the Biden administration. They all seem to think that they want to run elections off of promises on your dollars. Okay. Now, if we all only paid 30% tax and we reduced our government debt, the problem with that is that they've funneled so much money up to the top that it's only going to make the wealthy wealthier because it's going to increase the value of the dollar,
Mm-hmm.
which is just more unfair to us because we're the one footing the bill.
So if you had the everything, if you had the EO and you could EO and then it would just be implemented, period. What would be
If I could get away with it and do it my own way? Oh,
yeah,
man, I'm going to hurt everyone's feelings now, okay?
Right. So if you
okay,
could,
so here's the first thing I would do, okay?
This is the question I'm going to give to every person that calls because I want to know what would be 3 things if you and I'm not saying you got to go into the weeds and the minutia. I'm not saying that. I'm saying give us enough idea of what you're talking about so we can picture the choice that you made. So go.
Okay.
Three things.
Okay. My first executive order would be an individual retirement account for every person, not a pool, so that the government cannot spend or borrow against that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? From birth. Now, Trump did put in something in place that is a individual birth account that they put $5,000 in for every child born in the country,
Mm-hmm.
and that's and that is going to be released to that person when they turn 22.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's probably going to turn out for each person to be $30,000 to $40,000.
Okay.
That's fine. I don't like that idea that they can access at 22 because 22 they're just going to go buy a Hellcat or something stupid,
right.
A new truck, and they're just going to blow the money on something frivolous that's not.
So are you saying? Okay? So are you saying that it's $5,000 put in when they're born, and then whatever interest component, whatever, can you add to it?
I'm sure,
but you can't take it out.
If we're getting into the weeds about it, like you said, okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I'm just giving you the broad policy understanding is that if we put, like, this has already happened, by executive order, Trump has started this department.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to put $5,000 into every account for every person, okay,
mm-hmm.
who is born into this country, by the time he made it so you could access at 22. I don't like I don't like the 22, but yeah, I'm sure that there's ways to add to it from your own volition.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that should extend into your retirement, because by the time you hit
Right,
retirement, that
right,
$5,000
right,
is going to turn into $200,000-300,000.
right,
Okay,
right.
and maybe even more than that. That's 70 years of capital gains increase. That you don't even know what that number could be.
Okay.
I think we need to stop. My second executive order
Mm-hmm.
would be that we can no longer in this country borrow any money. That would be, you're in Congress, you cannot borrow a dime. You have to work with what you got, like everyone else in this country.
Okay.
You don't get to borrow against the futures of our grandchildren. You don't get to borrow against anything. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's not what you're there for. The only time you should be able to borrow is if somebody invades our soil. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And they have to work with what they got. And my third executive order
Right.
would be to call every foreign base that we have that's overseas back to the United States, because that is against the Constitution. And their cute little workaround to that was they federalized the land as embassy land, called American soil on foreign soil, so that they can work around the Constitution and deploy troops in every other country in the world.
Can I ask questions? Can I ask questions?
Go ahead.
No. I'm saying when you get done, can I ask questions?
Well, I gave you my three, so.
Okay. So are you done with the third one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why would that be advantageous to us to bring the embassies back?
Okay. So they're not embassies, they're foreign bases. They just use
Foreign
like
bases.
the embassy route.
Okay.
Like we have an American embassy in Mexico, and technically that's American soil once you step foot on it.
Okay.
They did the same thing with the military bases, because in the Constitution it says you can't deploy foreign troops for more than like a year or something like that.
Okay.
So I would call all of those back, okay? And if people will sit there and they go, oh, but what about the military strategy and all that? Like, why are we always at war and getting ready to bomb somebody, bro? Like, why can't we just chill and everybody, like, kind of like, if countries want to fight, we should not be sticking our nose in it, okay? That's how I feel about it.
Right. I
I
feel the same way.
It's costing the taxpayer way too much,
Mm-hmm.
and the only people it seems to benefit are the billionaire companies they send in afterwards for whatever cotton peace deal they made,
Mm-hmm.
so that they can clean up the resources of the country and funnel it into their own pockets. And I'm not for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not ignorant to what they do. Like, it's absolutely absurd. Like, even with Ukraine, they said, okay, we want to get paid back on our money, and Zelensky said, well, I ain't paying you back the money. So then Trump comes in and he goes, well, if you want weapons, you got to sign a land deal with us, And then he sent in this transnational conglomerate, BlackRock, to go mine all their minerals out of their country. And it's like, nobody asked for this, okay?
Right.
Like, nobody wanted this. I do care that the United States gets paid back on its debts, absolutely.
Right.
But there were better workarounds than sending a corporation of ours who is going to be the only one to reap those benefits back, because that money's not going to make it back into the government's hands.
Right.
So for me, it's just a matter of I'm more of a, maybe we should just be a tad bit more of isolationist and kind of mind our business,
So so I like the bond of the $5,000 bond deal. I like that. Definitely.
Yeah, Trump already started that. That's a policy of Trump's. You support that.
Right. I support that.
Okay.
That's amazing. I didn't know there was such a thing. So, okay, now I got to look in. Now I got to look into that. Okay. Then you said no more borrowing against what we have. So what's the benefit? What's the negative of that if we don't borrow anymore? What would be limited in doing?
Okay. Well, one, we would have to either appropriate the funds from another form of government, whether it's an agency or whether it's a congressional budget, wherever we appropriate the funds from, whatever they pull it from,
Mm-hmm.
we would have to use that, and we would have to subside ourselves off of that. That does mean that some people are going to have to go without, and that's because we've insulated ourselves too much from suffering because of the 2008 financial crisis, when the hedge fund managers made all those bad bets. They used yours and my tax dollars to bail them out, okay, and saddled us with $10.7 trillion in debt. we're still paying the interest of that debt, and we haven't paid off a single dime of that debt.
Yeah, because the interest, I heard the interest on that is $1 trillion. Whatever it is, the interest is
$1.2 trillion of our tax dollars is already gone every year, every fiscal year.
okay. And then the
So
last,
how are we?
huh?
So how? My question is like, like how is the United States supposed to function? And a quarter of the budget goes to paying back the Federal Reserve in interest alone. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, that's like having
Yeah.
that's like $60,000 a year, and you have $60,000 of credit card debt.
Yeah. So it's like
know?
we're never going to get past that unless you tighten
Okay.
the belt of some of the programs that we got. And I'm all for tightening the belt of some
Right. So
things.
yeah. I if I know one thing about Black people is that they can live off of very little and do very well for themselves. Okay.
That's a possibility.
And that's just kind of how I see the world. Like it, but
Wait a minute.
I've always said that
The one thing you said something about the military base.
Okay. So I don't know the exact number of military bases, but it's an outrageous number. It's like in every country in the world we have a military base or something like that.
You mean military bases all over? Wait a minute. Are you saying bring the military? Are you saying close those too?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh wow. Okay. Now, what would be the detriment to doing that, though?
We would lose foreign influence.
Can we afford to do
use that? Well, it depends. Like, what are we getting out of it? You have to do it on a cost-based analysis. I mean, what are we really getting from Germany to have one of the biggest foreign bases in the world in Germany?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Right? Except proximity. If we wanted to attack Russia, great.
Mm.
Like Europe, you're kind of on your own here. Good luck. You should have not saddled us with the military debt for the last 100 years. Kind of what I want to say to them. Because they one thing Trump was right about is that the United Nations needs to pay their own military bills. That's why the United States has such a weighted vote in what we decide to do, because basically we're just saying, do we deploy the United States when the United Nations votes on something?
Jeez. So that's an amazing three. Now that you did it, because if you close the foreign base, if you take away these recall some of these foreign land, this foreign bases or whatever, that's money back in the pocket. That's some of the money we can pay. So, and the bond is amazing. Okay. No more borrowing. That might be tricky, right?
Yes, but with all those foreign bases pulled back to the United States, we can afford to reduce the military spending, because a lot of that spending goes to supplying those bases and operations. So what these guys sit around at their fancy tables and look at each other at is like, how do we increase states' influence in the world?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to increase you're looking at it from the wrong perspective. We need to increase our diplomatic. We could be just as strong and be able to deploy from our own soil than rather theirs. What we should be doing is emphasizing that these countries rebuild their own militaries so that they can defend themselves. Okay. And that means that they're going to have to recruit their own soldiers, build their own weaponry, and they're going to buy all our weaponry from us too, because they have to rebuild their own weaponry.
Right.
So that's going to be more of a spur to the economy than a detriment to it.
Okay.
And there's a lot. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I think that we need to start getting back to what our Constitution actually says, and we need to start getting back to talking to each other about what our values are, because if we keep fostering a culture of dependence, and of what, like here's kind of how I see Democrats, okay, and why I can't vote for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's because every time they make a promise that they're going to spend more of your tax dollars to take care of more people,
mm-hmm.
and do absolutely nothing to advert that culture of dependence. Right. I don't like that. Like I want to see them come in and say, you know what?
Yeah, but
we can help people, but we can also be business friendly and not regulate businesses out of our state. But they refuse to do that.
Yeah, but how do you justify giving the top tax breaks to the richest billionaires and the millionaires, and then turning around and letting the poorest of us starve? we're
First of all,
we're
we both need to agree how to dismantle that system. So what would happen, do you think, if you just said, okay, the effective tax rate of people who make over $100 million a year
Mhm.
is 50% now, instead of the 33% it is now? What do
Okay.
you think would happen?
I don't think anything would change. I think it would be more of a, it would be more, we would suffer more because they would produce less services for us because they would be trying to
Here,
get the money for themselves.
here's what they would really do. If the only thing you changed was the effective tax rate,
Mhm.
they would start buying assets like crazy to offset their federal tax. That's what they would do.
Which is what
Because
they
under
did after the 2008 boom
they
bust.
they sheltered all their money in foreign trusts while we paid the cost to fix the system. Yes. So you have to understand what this system is.
Hmm.
So the way it's structured from the state level up. All of these states have, if you didn't know this, this is going to blow your mind. And you can verify this information yourself. Call me a liar and prove me wrong. Okay.
Hmm.
Every state has a secret foreign trust account in either the Cayman Islands, the Dominican Republic, the British Virgin Isles,
Sovereign
the
wealth fund.
Philippines,
A sovereign wealth fund.
an account registered to their state where they shelter the trust funds of wealthy individuals. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that they do that is so that they can grease the wheels between these billionaires and the states to draw business to their state. They basically turn their state into what Switzerland used to be. Okay.
Mm.
So there's no interest in Democrats or Republicans taxing billionaires because that's how they fund their campaigns. So there's a word I want you to get in your vocabulary as well. It's called municipal bonds. Okay.
Municipal.
So when we go to our state elections, okay, these bonds are put into blocks. And they're not put into blocks that a person like me or you could afford. Maybe you could afford it. I don't know your financial situation, but I know I couldn't.
No.
Okay. But so like the basic bonds that me and you could buy are like, $10 for a state bond or $50 for a state bond. These are, you have to buy 100 bonds at $100,000 a piece. Okay. So they're almost every state is at the discretion of the governor of the state to choose which people get to buy them bonds. And you might ask, why do they choose who gets to buy them bonds?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because it gives them a tax exempt status in the state for buying a certain amount of those bonds. So what we're doing when we're electing people is we're choosing which of their donor class that funded their campaigns gets the non-tax exempt status in that state. That's how this is working. So I just want, the chat to call me a liar and look
They're
at
calling you a liar.
Okay,
They're
that's what I
calling
want
you
them
a
to
liar
do.
right now.
That's what I want them to do. Okay, and then go on your little digital device in your hands where you have information at your fingertips, and go out into the world and Google, what do municipal bonds grant to wealthy individuals? Just ask that simple question, and then come back and call me a liar. I'm gonna blow your mind about this. Okay. So not only that, but then they have all this money. We can't change the foreign regulation of like the British Isles or the Virgin Isles and how this tax money is sheltered. But what we can do is force them to onshore that money. Now, back in 2004, back in 2012, when Obama was running against Mitt Romney, Mitt Romney was the only one who said we should have let the banks fail, because that would have forced all these corporations to onshore their money to save themselves, because they're the ones who made the bad bets, not us.
Okay. Did you drop?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. No, I was listening. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop you.
I was puffing on my vape for a second there, taking a breather,
Okay.
if you will.
Okay.
So I have very conservative views. I don't want to live in a theocracy where my Christianity is pushed upon you or anyone else.
Right.
I'm a very reasonable man, okay? But I also would like to be able to have the ability to teach my children the things I want them to learn and not have to fight with the current school that they go to about some of the things that they are teaching them in their health classes. Okay? I don't like that. I don't like when they come home with paperwork that emphasizes gender ideology. That's not something we teach in my household. And that's not something we approve of. Now, I'm not against the people who are for it, but in my life, I would like to remain a little bit insulated against that when it comes to my child's education. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask for.
No, it's not an unreasonable thing to ask for. And it's been years since I had little kids, like 20, 30 years since I
Yes,
had little
ma'am.
kids. So, I don't know what they come home and say in X, Y, and Z, right? But
Correct.
that seems reasonable to me, that you shouldn't have to worry about those things when you go to the school and your children come home and then they got, Johnny did X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. So I
Right.
mean, I get that. I get that. But my only thing is, it's when the difference is when I hear people say that these people, they talk about them, trans and gay and all those, as though they're a separate thing and not a human being, just as they are, right? Because they deserve rights just like we do, not special rights, just rights like we do, right? So I mean,
Yes.
that's the only pushback I have, is that I'm always okay. I'm always defending, trans or gay or whatever. It's not a matter of defending. It's just a matter of acknowledging that they're human beings just like everybody else, and they shouldn't be ostracized because of X, Y, and Z. And nobody should be making political decisions based on that particular thing. Okay, because there's other bigger fish to fry in this country besides I have not ran across a trans person ever,
My stepdaughter identifies as trans.
right? So ever. So it's not something that's close to me, or it's not something that colors my way of thinking, right? It's not. I don't go in the booth
Okay.
and say, okay, I don't want to. I don't go in and see. I've had people come on the show and say, oh, I don't want to deal with the trans thing, so I'm not going to avoid Democratic. I might believe in some of the things the Democrats do, but I'm not going to vote for them because they're for the trans or the gay people. I'm saying that should not color
I have, ma'am, I have skin in the game about it,
Mm-hmm.
and I have taught my stepdaughter very well. I don't affirm her self identity, and I understand that a lot of kids go through different things, but I do think that there is a social contagion aspect to it that
Mm-hmm.
has swept up a lot of young girls, especially
Mm-hmm.
into this movement. Okay, and in my heart and in my own personal, I don't hate these people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't despise these people, and they're just as human as I am. Okay,
Right.
but if we can't just have civil conversations about the social aspect of it, or the medicalization pathway,
Right.
and what these things actually mean,
Mm-hmm.
we can't come to an agreement on anything. And that's kind of where I feel like a lot of liberals have put their head in the sand. They don't really want to have the conversation. They just want to call me a bigot for saying the things I say, which aren't really controversial. And if we go 15 years back, they weren't controversial at all.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but
it really kind of just kind of shuts down the conversation.
No, I'm not saying your view is X, Y, and Z. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I'm saying these are human beings. So if these are human beings,
I'm saying the same thing.
So if these are human beings, they have the issues that they have to. They shouldn't have special. They shouldn't be no more special than me or anyone else. And we should not have those things introduced to children until they're able to decipher X, Y, and Z. I guess maybe not.
For me, it's such a small issue that I felt like we've already talked about it too much, because I don't really think it's an issue.
Right. I don't think it's that big of an issue either. I just don't want people to be disenfranchised because they're
precisely. And I agree with you 100%.
I don't want to disenfranchise them. I'm not giving you any encouragement. I'm not saying get all your rights and get all this special stuff because you are. I'm saying you're just like me, no special rights. This is X, Y, and Z until you turn 18, and then you're free to make that decision when you're 18, X, Y, and Z, and we shouldn't introduce it to kids. That's as far as I'm willing to go with that, right? So we're not that far off. We're not that far off. We're not far off, right? So that's what we think.
They tend loudest people on both sides of our political beliefs tend to project what they believe as the mainstream belief of people like you and me, and that's not true. Most people are centrist and most people are reasonable,
right?
But there's a lot of people. There's a very, very small fringe at both ends of the party who just want to see the opposite side suffer. Okay?
Right. I got one last thing for you. I think you were right about the Venezuela.
Oh, I am right about it. I told you. I don't like to brag and be.
We had people in the chat like, no, he talking too much crazy.
No, he's not setting up a competitor to OPEC. Why would he do that? Duh, because he wants to control the price of oil.
Right.
And that is a great policy for the United States, because instead of paying $45 for a barrel of oil, we would control the price, and we would say, oh, it's $22 a barrel of oil. Oh my God, gas is $1.45 at the pump.
Right.
That's great for everybody.
Right.
That's great for the price of all the transportation, for all the food that gets to our grocery stores, And people don't realize.
Right. My understanding is this is going to happen sooner rather than later.
I don't think it's going to come to blows. I think he's just pressure on Venezuela.
You don't think he's gonna? You don't think it's gonna go? What do you? How do you think it's gonna go then?
Okay, I don't think that there's gonna single bomb dropped. Okay, because then the international legislator, the Hague is gonna get involved as soon as Trump drops a bomb. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about containing Venezuela, containing their shipping. And if Venezuela won't play ball, then we can embargo them. Okay, just like we embargoed Cuba when back Russia put the nukes.
Right.
So I think he's just putting military pressure. Say either play ball with us, or to get really ugly. First we'll hit the economy, then we'll maybe if you don't play ball, then we hit you. That's kind of what the game is right now, It's a very aggressive strategy, but the truth of the matter is that they are setting up a competitor to OPEC. Everything points to it, When all other options are exhausted, you take the obvious one. It's kind of a duh thing for me, like, duh, of course he's doing that.
Wow. I mean, you don't think there's going to, so you don't, it says, is the caller a foreign policy expert? That's the question in the chat. Is the caller a foreign policy expert? I don't know. You said what?
I'm just giving my personal.
He's just giving his personal opinion. He says he's not a foreign policy. Well, he hasn't said that, but basically, I'm assuming he's not a foreign policy expert. He's just giving his personal opinion, which was further than what my opinion was. My opinion was, first of all, I had a conversation with Mr. Black, and Mr. Black said, no, it's all about the drug dealing. And I said, there's no way that Trump is over there and he's got all that oil and then he wants to.
Do you think the United States is going to go spend $100 billion to go blow up oil or drug boats? Get out of here. There's got to be an ROI on that.
I know, right?
You got to be smarter than that. I mean,
I argued the point. I said it's more. It has. I said that we're not in the business of doing. We're not in the business of taking over a drug cartel and then continuing the drug cartel. So it's not about the drugs. It's about the oil that's over there. And that was my opinion. It's all about the oil, but I didn't know the global ramifications of doing so. And then you just put the final pieces in the puzzle. And then that's why. So it made sense what you said. Okay. So I knew it was something, but my brain, hey, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm not either. Don't have a clue, but we can see some of the writing on the wall.
Right. It's very, for me, it's like duh, obviously he's trying to set up a competitor to OPEC. The whole, and Trump toted around energy dominance. Like, read into what like that actually means.
Right.
The United States is the largest producer of oil in the world. We produce more oil than Saudi Arabia and Iran combined. So
okay.
if we had allies who also produced oil and we controlled the market share of how that oil is distributed, and we controlled how all the oil. See, and this has to do with China as well, because China owns all the shipping boats. They're the ones who build all the boats, but they don't own all of the fuel for the boats, that heavy fuel sludge that is used to fuel those boats. If Trump controls that, then he doesn't have to control the shipbuilding itself. He only needs to control the fuel that runs those ships. And that is a powerful piece in trade value.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely. Okay, so now we got to...
Venezuela is the largest producer of that oil. Okay,
right.
They have that heavy fuel sludge oil, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but let's hope it's a benefit. Let's hope it's a benefit for the country and not just for the rich, or lining everybody's pocket, or putting somebody in power, or what does it benefit? It benefits us to have a strong ally, a strong oil base over here. Yes.
Trade partner.
Trade partner over here. Yes. But does it?
Do you remember what I told you in the first conversation?
I remember you said we needing to consolidate our power.
The Monroe Doctrine. It's the Monroe Doctrine.
Consolidating our power.
Yes, he's consolidating our power in the Western Hemisphere. Okay? So if we have good trade partners in the Western Hemisphere, he's targeting Colombia and Venezuela, and soon he will be in negotiations with Uruguay as well. He can't get Brazil on board because they're part of the BRICS, okay? But he can get Argentina on board with a little bit of greasing. Here's $40 billion on a credit line money swap. Now you're our buddy. Now we got you in our pocket.
Okay.
You gotta think Trump's a New Yorker. If you've ever been to New York and how these people talk, it's all about greasing each other. It's all about, how can I put you in my pocket? You owe me. That's how this man thinks, So if you take that and you scale that up, it's actually a great trade strategy. I mean, I'm not against it. If $40 billion buys us a ton of favor for the next 30 years with Argentina, it's the best money this country's ever spent. But also, we're going to get every dime of that money back because it was a credit line currency swap.
Right.
It's a win-win, So when people go, oh, he gave $40 billion to Argentina, how does that make America great? I don't know. Maybe because they sold us 750,000 cattle at $23 a cattle, Maybe that's really helpful. Or did we buy that for market, or did we buy it for herd? The more you dig into that, you realize, oh, they buy it for herd. He's going to give all that cattle to the ranchers of America so that they can increase the herd size and drive down the price of beef. Well, how is that making America great? I like steak. Forget y'all. That's all I got to say.
Right. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen yet again came up and gave us some facts, threw down some gems, some bombs and some gems about what is going on with America, trade, bases, and stuff we didn't know. We learn a lot when Stephen comes up. I appreciate you, Steve.
I was going to call sooner, but you didn't have the phone lines open the last 2 times I checked on this. So.
Well, thank you, Stephen. That's interesting. Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else you want me to drop on these folks before I leave?
No. Do you have any more? You have any more gems that we don't know about? Wait a minute. Hold on. Well, no. We can't even get into that because then they'll start blocking my channel. I can't even do it. Okay. I was going to ask you something else because you might have an insight into that, but I don't think we should talk about that subject, so we can forget.
Okay.
All right. Next time, maybe I have to check before I introduce this subject if you come up.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
All right. Have a good night, man.
You too.
Bye.
Wow. Why do a lot of these billionaires have their merchandise overseas? It's cheaper to make there, and they triple the profits over there. Look at that. Amazing information that we got. Amazing information that we got from Stephen. Thank you, Stephen, because we learn a lot. We learn a heck of a lot when people come up and they know more about what's going on in the world and why our president is doing the things that he's doing. That explains a lot. You know what I'm saying? That explains a lot. Why we bought cattle from Argentina. Was it Argentina? We bought cattle. Going to bring the cattle up. Strengthen our cattle our cattle here, the farmers here, the ranchers here. Okay. Why do you think Trump is putting tariffs on? Why y'all didn't have these questions when Stephen was up here? Why y'all didn't have questions when he was up here like that? Okay. Why do you think Trump is putting tariffs on countries? It's because he wants those billionaires to bring businesses back to. But see, the problem is it working? Or is it working or is it not working? We don't know. We don't know whether that's working or not. I don't know. I can't even begin to say. Is it working? Is it not? Putting tariffs on all these other countries. Other countries, cheap goods and services and other. It's going to take time, of course. Does he have time? I don't know. I don't know. Do we have another person that wants to call in, X, Y, and Z, say anything they want to say regarding the subject of the thumbnail? Is there nothing we agree on? Me and Steven prove that we agree on some things. Come up and give me your three things. If you could write EOs, executive orders, what would your EOs be? Your 3 EOs. Somebody call and tell me what their 3 EOs are and be able to defend your 3 EOs. If you had the opportunity to do it, what would those 3 be? Stephen said, recall the foreign bases. I know that's not what he said, but recall for, military bases overseas, that kind of thing. Recall them. We have a bond. We have the bond and the 5K. Well, we got something started with that right now. And no more borrowing. We'd have to live off what we did. We'd have to live off what we make, what we produce. Okay. Here's a question. Why couldn't we bring manufacturing back? Why is there an issue with that? Is it going to take years to do that? What is it going to take in order for businesses to come back? Have more brick and mortars. Okay. Reparations. You'd have to make a compelling case. Has anybody made a compelling case? I don't know. Close the borders completely. So I don't think they want to do that, John Patrick. I don't think they want to close the borders. I don't think they want to do that. Because why haven't we done it before? Why hasn't it been done before? If we really, really, really wanted to do it, why hasn't it been done? We've had presidents that had hard lines like this, like Trump. We've had presidents with hard lines. Why haven't they done it? Redesign our welfare system for real. We would definitely need to do that. That would probably be a part of mine, right? That would definitely be a part of ours. Okay. But we need to definitely take stock of our money, the money we have available here, the money we could save by doing X, Y, and Z. See, the thing is, you got to want to reform the programs that we got. If you don't want to reform the programs that we got, okay, then how are we ever going to reform them? Because the Democrats and the Republicans both have to be on board in order for us to repair those social safety net programs. If they both ain't on board, it's never going to get done. Okay? Profits over people. Ask yourself, who hires undocumented migrants? Mostly farmers. I know it's profit over people. I get that. I do. So, ask yourself, who hires on? So, we got down to the question. What brings more economic growth? What normally brings economic growth? Okay. there's strong empirical evidence that they're going to take every benefit. The other side threatens that we're going to break if we continue spending. See, and that's the thing. We're never going to be able to change those social safety net programs unless both parties are on board. And if we don't do that, it's on board. So do we make a decision? How do we decide? How do we decide what we're going to pay for and what we won't pay for? Okay. What do we pull back some of the money from the military bill? The military budget? Do we pull back more money from the military budget? From the Pentagon budget? Do we pull money back from that? What happened to all these salaries that we were paying out? We got all these people that got fired. What happened to that money? Where's that money going? Where's that money going? Why can't that money be funneled in to help some of the social safety net programs? Why isn't that what's being done? I don't know. Doge said, we got rid of all these jobs. What happened to the money? Where's the money going? What do we do with that money? Okay. Can we use that money to better the United States? I heard there was a program that they were trying to start labor camps for the homeless. Labor camps for the homeless. What is that? Is that a viable position? Is that something we could do? Is that something we could do and our citizens become more productive in that way? See, I only have questions. Nobody wants to give me answers, so I continue to ask questions. Can we do this? Can we do that? X, Y, and Z. Okay? This is why I ask these questions, because maybe we can, maybe we can't. The money right now are going to pay the interest payments on our national debt. Social programs are okay, but we need those social programs. That's the problem. We need the social programs. Who took those away? The Republicans took those away. What do you mean? Those were called Job Corps. Osgood, those were called Job Corps. The Republicans took them away. Job skill, job labor, that kind of thing. Trade skills. Okay. But you don't care about the national debt. Why we don't care about the national debt though? Okay. No, it went away. It went away right like this term, sir, around this term. Okay. So my question is, what can we do? What do we need to do? What do we need to do? Because we're drowning in debt. We are drowning in debt. Okay. So how do we stop drowning in debt? Okay. Because we need help somehow, some way, money-wise. I'm flattered. Okay. What? It started. That whole Jobs Corps. Yeah, Job Corps was eliminated. It's starting to be eliminated through this administration. Okay, it's starting to be eliminated through this administration. Okay, start May 2025. Okay, it started to get eliminated. To phase it out, to completely phase it out, it started this year. Okay. But my whole thing is this. Okay, pull back the foreign bases, the foreign places. I keep saying bases, but bases. We're just going to use bases. Pull back some of the foreign bases. Okay. Okay. Can we pull back those foreign bases? Can we pull back some of the debt from my mind went blank on it. Military budget. Pull back some of the military budget. Why can't some of that money be revamped into social program? Even though that's part of our biggest debt. It's a part of our biggest debt, but we also are giving away money somewhere else. Okay. True, the debt will never go. The debt will always be there. But my thing is this: we can manage the debt. We manage to pay our bill. We manage to pay our credit card bills. We should be able to manage this kind of debt. I don't know how we would manage this kind of debt, but we can manage this kind of debt somehow, some way. How do we do it? That's the question. But see, that's the question I'm gonna leave on the. That's the question I'm gonna leave on the table for you all. I'm going to leave that on the table for you all. What can we do if we had an EO? What can we do to make our bills more manageable? We're never going to pay down the debt. We're never going to do that. So make it a little bit more manageable. Cut some of the things that we can cut. Here's my thing. If I'm going to be in debt, I'm going to pay for the things that I want to pay for. I'm going to get the things that we want to pay for here. Okay? If I'm going to be in debt, we got to pay for some of the things that I want here. And we're paying for Social Security, disability, and Section 8. We're paying for all those things. But everybody keeps saying, Social Security, disability, Social Security, Medicaid, all of them is going bankrupt. Okay, fix it. Scale down on some of the things and then fix it. Okay? I understand that the national debt won't get paid, but scale down on some of the other things and fix Social Security. Fix Medicaid. Fix something, do something. Okay. If I got to pay for it, if I got to go in debt, I'm going in debt for our people here in the country, not somewhere else. Not giving money to Ukraine, not giving money to X, Y, and Z. We don't give illegal aliens benefits, Kiefer. Not enough for it to make a difference. They don't even make sense. We just told you. Why do you keep believing illegal immigrants get stuff? They only get stuff statewide. They don't get federal stuff. It has nothing to do with the federal budget. Stop it. And here's the thing. In their own individual states, not from the federal government, from their state government, not the federal government. Know the difference. Okay? Know the difference. It's illegal, Kiefer. Wow. If you don't, I don't know how many times I got to put this shit in the damn. I have to put stuff in the damn chat. Stuff in the damn chat that tells people it's illegal for the federal government to give food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, any of that stuff. It's illegal for the federal government to give that stuff. People get the stuff through their state. The state budget gives these people food stamps and stuff. Federal does not. Okay. So we have to, if I got to be in debt, I want to be in debt for the people of this country, not for any foreign wars, not for any bases or anything like that. Okay. I just don't. And I don't mind being in debt because of X, Y, and Z. But I also don't mind. I also mind when you give billionaires and millionaires money, and then you turn around and then people don't want to feed the people, feed the poor. You treat them wrong. But we give money to billionaires, but we don't feed the homeless or feed the poor. I also believe that enforced labor or forced labor for the homeless may or may not be a bad idea. It might be morally wrong. There might be any number of things. But I believe that that might be worth looking into, helping the homeless. Okay? The homeless, okay? My whole thing is, okay, the homeless, maybe there might be some people that might benefit from the program. Would the program, I don't know whether it would be forced labor or not. I have a moral thing to it, but it sounds like if we offered the services voluntarily, they voluntarily go into it, not with punishing them, but with giving them the help that they need if they want, get off drugs, however. But we don't force it onto them. Yes, so getting them to get off the streets, being able to pull them off the streets, put them into a housing, do something. There's a point. If people in prison have jobs, why can't the homeless? That's what I mean by forced labor. Should we worry about forced labor? The homeless? Is that a part of the three things that we would guess that we want to change in this country? Do we want to help the homeless and indigent like that? Okay. Tighten back up on. Why is it that if Trump is at the border so much, why is it that we got drugs still flowing into the country? I thought he was at the border. If he's at the border, how would drugs be still flowing into the country? Because he's at the border, right? That's what I'm saying. Use the money for the people here and to get programs here put together for the programs here. Yes. If they're still working, we can help them get off the street. We can help them we can give them a place to stay off the street. Okay. Give them a place to stay. Not a nice, but you know what I'm saying. Concrete, a place to stay. They have to work. After 30 days, you got to get yourself a job, or we get you a job. Work on the farms. Work on a farm. I'm just thinking of ways where we can help the homeless. We can help the homeless. Give them jobs that immigrants have. I don't know. I'm just thinking, how can we help them? Okay. But then again, I would be afraid somebody come in and give them all dirt nets. But that's just me. Of course. They're targeting Venezuela for the oil. Of course. Okay. You all hit the like button, the share button, the subscribe button, please and thank you. Man-made and that's wild. Right. Dirt naps. Yeah, that's what I would be afraid of, Rainbow Kid. I'd be afraid that they'd put them all into a facility and then gas the facility. You know what I'm saying? Gas the facility and then open up all the windows. Can't nobody tell what they all got broke off. We don't know what happened. I'm just saying. I'm just sick that way, right? that would be one of the reasons why I would say, oh hell no, don't put all of them the homeless in there, because there might be some ignorant folks that might try it, right? So we don't know. And then we have President Trump going down here to Venezuela, he want to take over the country. See, he's arrogant enough. He's arrogant enough that it just won't be taking the oil. You know what I'm saying? It's arrogant. He's arrogant enough where it just won't be targeting taking the country away. Because this person wronged Donald Trump, or this person slighted Donald Trump, the person that runs Venezuela, Maduro. But something has happened. If you have anybody who knows anything, who lives in Puerto Rico, lives in Venezuela, or lives in Caicos, lives in Cuba, that can tell you they have all kinds of ships floating around waiting for whatever's going to happen with Venezuela. So they're all sitting out there waiting to see what Trump is going to do with Venezuela. Okay? So those people know they're going to have to give up. Maybe it's just an intimidation tactic. Maybe Trump is just intimidating this guy. We don't know. We don't know what's happening. But what we do know is Trump ain't going to let this guy walk away. Okay? Sooner or later. And that's the problem. I see that's the problem. We sooner or later, you're going to be subject to somebody doing something. Okay? Subject to something. Trump has boats and ships sitting right out there waiting, intimidating the Venezuelan people, intimidating all those people in that area. He's doing something. We don't know what. According to Stephen, he wants the oil. So if he wants the oil, he's going to get the oil, right? Why haven't we just taken over Cuba? Why haven't, well, I guess it might not be strategic to do so. Maybe it's not, okay. But it's strategic to do Venezuela. Okay? It's strategic to get Venezuela because they have the largest oil reserve in the world. One of the largest reserves in oil reserves. Yeah, they'll get the president. His name is Maduro. They're going to get him. Okay? He's going to surrender. They're going to run his ass out of that country. They're going to run his ass out of there somewhere. Maybe, see, I hate to say this, but you ain't going to live. There's going to be you're just going to disappear. If you're the president, you're just going to disappear. And we're going to put who we want to. We're going to put who we want to in charge of that country. Okay? We're going to put who we want to in charge of that country. And that's why we're going to take it. And that's why we're going to stay right where we're at. As we done before. Look, do what you make them a part of the United States. We can't do that, right? We can't do that. But then again, we dealing with Trump, so we never know what the hell his brain is thinking. Take over that whole country. Yes, that's my whole, and that's how it is. Not yes. So that's why it's to save that country too. It's to save the country. It's what it is. It's what it is. But the drugs we're not in the business of doing drugs. So I doubt very seriously that we went in there for drugs. We went in there because we wanted to, and we're going to get that oil. It is what it is. We're going to get that oil. Okay. So we just got to do what we got to do. So here's my thing. We're going to come back. Next time we talk, we're going to come back. This is going to be next Saturday. We're going to have the same conversation. We're going to have an interesting conversation because I believe they're going to move on Venezuela soon enough. Hopefully that's not the case, but I believe it's going to be the case sooner or later. And we're going to talk about this. EOs, executive orders. This is probably going to be a subject of the show. EOs. what would you do? What would be your two most important EOs that you would put into place? Are you calling me?
Call from
Jay.
Jay.
to accept, press 1. To send
Jay just hung up. I don't know why. He hit the button. He's the one. So we're doing what we got to do over there. Hold on. Hello?
call from
Jay.
to accept.
Jay?
Hey, HU.
Hey, woo, somebody else called again. What's happening,
Look,
Jay?
Man, not as much. Look, the young man that called in, he's very intelligent about a lot of things that he's saying, but he got a lot of optimism when it comes down to it. The reason why you don't want to pull back those bases from overseas is because militarily, that's strategic. You need those bases in place just in case we have to move around the world. That allows us to be able to move around the world quickly, where we can restock and refuel. And then think about it from this standpoint as well. If you remove yourself from those areas, China will take over that. So in other words, you'll be forfeiting that land.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing I gotta tell you about that Venezuela, you really have to watch out. I don't know whether y'all know this or not, but
What?
Russia has sent some troops over there. They just announced that today. They sent troops
What?
over there. Yeah, and they have a treaty with Venezuela, and this is gonna really trip you out.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Did you just
Yeah.
say that Russia just sent some troops over there? What, to intercept Trump?
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. Yes, because they have a treaty with Russia, have a treaty with Venezuela. Not only that, think about it from this standpoint. Russia has a treaty with China. So if you attack Russia, you attack China. If you attack Venezuela, you see what I'm saying? So this is a lot more serious than you actually think it is, and everything, because they have a treaty. If we was to attack China, Russia's gonna get in. And they have a treaty and everything. You can look it up. You can pull it up online. It'll show you those things. I mean, you do your research. That way you can come back and educate the audience and everything. But here's the thing that we didn't talk about earlier today
Right.
that you didn't mention.
What?
Do you know that his Rubio and Stephen Miller and Christian Knowles, that all those people moved on to a military base? Have you heard that yet?
They were what?
They moved to a military base. They moved into a military base. His top heads, not all of them, but the top heads have moved to a military base. And also we spoke about the 500 troops that they're going to have in each state is going to be operable January 1.
Wait a minute.
People
500
need
troops where? 500 troops where?
we talked about it earlier, 500 troops. They came out with this yesterday. It's big news everywhere. Each state will have 500 troops, soldiers, National Guard ready to call quick deployment in each state. And that's going to be in effect January 1. That's what, 45 days away, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So there is something that's actually going on. And and they got everybody talking about this welfare thing and all the rest of that, but people not looking at the military things that's actually going on here.
What?
As a veteran, yes, as a veteran, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's one of those things that you constantly have to keep up with and everything, and that welfare and all that stuff right there. That's just for the masses. But yeah, that Venezuela is a hotspot thing. They moved those troops. The department heads are moving on to a military base, and they got 500 troops in each state. That's going to be, they call it quick deployment or something like that, and it starts January 1.
It's called Quick Reaction Force.
Yes.
There's a recent memo from the U.S. Department of Defense directing each state's National Guard to create a quick reaction force of around 500 personnel per state for civil disturbances. That memo is set deadline January 1st for those units to be operational and deployed to each state. Whoa, 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 whoa.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been trying to.
It doesn't say for it. No, it says units to be operational. It doesn't say anything about deployment. So basically, the president put, huh?
Understand. Take it from a veteran. Operational means go. It means go. So in other words, they will be in place by January 1. That's what you're reading.
So every state will have 500 quick reaction forces of the military in each state. Each state
there will be
500 military force people.
And it's going to be operational by January 1.
This is for civil disturbance operations. Sounds like they're starting to deploy the martial law.
Ding, 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 ding.
I knew that was happening. I knew it was happening, and ain't nobody pushing back on this shit. Nobody's
too busy talking about welfare. I knew you would get it. That's why I had to tell you about it, because the thing about it with you.
Wait a minute. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean for the What does that mean for the United States? What the hell? Wait a minute. Hold on. You said the first thing. You said, and I just pulled it up. The U.S. Wait a minute. The Russia denounces excessive U.S. military forces in the Caribbean and backs Venezuela.
Yes, and here's the thing. Now, here's the thing that's going to trip you out.
What?
I know y'all talking about. Well, Russia cannot beat. They can't beat Ukraine in the war. But who do you think have the most nuclear weapons? Russia or the United States?
I'm assuming we do, right?
No, Russia.
Wow. What the hell is going on with this world?
And then with the tariffs, you asked about the tariffs and all the rest of that. The tariffs and basically what has happened. And what's happening is that America First policy that they actually have has isolated us from the world. And another thing y'all talked about, having that foreign base built on America's soil, that is horrible. That's horrible.
You said what? Say that again?
That base that Qatar is building on U.S. soil.
I had a show about horrible. That, saying that that's trouble.
Yeah, it's trouble.
Wait a minute, hold on. It said a Russian military transport aircraft reportedly landed in Caracas on October 28th, signaling Russian involvement in the region by air rather than documented ship deployment.
But Russia don't have ships. China, they have a couple of ships and everything like that. But the thing about it is there's a treaty. They have a treaty with them. And basically what happened is if Russia put some of their people on that land and we attack that land, do you know that's an act of war against Russia, right?
Caracas is the capital city of Venezuela. So Russia just deployed Russian military transport aircraft reportedly landed in Venezuela October 28th, signaling Russian involvement in the region by air rather than documented ship.
Yes, ma'am.
This is basic. This is basic. Let me ask you this. So are you saying that if Trump tries anything, we're going to be at war with Russia?
The thing about it is, what he's going to do is, like he always do, he got to back down, just like he did back down from the China thing and rethink this whole thing, because we don't know the actual involvement. I mean, they're not really telling us everything, but I know this thing for sure that they have a treaty. And that what you're reading, it should say there's a treaty. And there's a treaty. Basically, what they're saying is that, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here and everything like that, because if Russia and the United States get into a war, it is
Then again,
what it's called.
somebody said in the chat, they could be in it together. Trump and Trump and Putin could be into this shit together to get half the oil.
That's not. Russia has so much oil. Here's the thing that people don't know about Vladimir Putin. People talk about Vladimir Putin is the richest man in the world that's living today. He owns everything. And they did this back in 2018. Time magazine, everybody came out with that. Vladimir Putin is the richest man in the world.
What?
Yes, he owns all the oil. And the thing about it is, if you come up against Russia, Putin and everything, he'll throw you out the window.
Mm-hmm.
He is the law, period. And as far as the gentleman talking about, they landed one aircraft in Venezuela, one aircraft. Okay.
All right.
And
Yeah.
this gentleman saying that the National Guard were not policing cities; they were simply protecting government buildings. Okay.
The
Go
national.
down to Memphis.
They're
Go
okay.
down to Memphis. Go down to Memphis.
Wait a minute. Where? We're not policy cities. They were simply protecting government buildings. What? Russia landed one aircraft.
Okay.
Sorry.
But see, here's Stephen said he can't sustain an effort against Caribbean and Ukraine. But here's the thing, Stephen. Russia and China have a treaty. If you attack one, you attack both.
Mm-hmm.
That's they got their ally. That not only they're allied with some of those people, they're allied with some of those African countries. And another thing, when it comes down to it, if you look at the dollar, that BRICS dollar,
Mm-hmm.
do you know that the BRICS, that the currency, they after our currency as well? Do you know that the BRICS, they own 60% of the oil reserves in the world? This BRICS dollar.
Mm-hmm. What?
And here's the thing that people don't understand: that we come down these trillions of dollars that we actually. Oh, what if China and Japan already dumped this the security bonds? What if people start calling them the debts?
Wait a minute. Say it again, because I barely heard you.
I said, look at it, with the $1 trillion that we owe, like
Right.
the young gentleman was saying and everything. What if everybody calling their debts right now? They already dumping the dollar. Japan just they just cashed in on the bonds and everything.
Oh, you saying what if they called in their markers to us? You saying?
They care want my money that I loaned you.
We wouldn't be able to pay it, right?
You gonna have to do like a Pooh Shiesty, say get it back in blood. But see, what they would do is it would devalue the dollar. But and the thing about it, you need to look into that BRICS, because that BRICS is a nation, and what they're trying to do is get away from American currency, from the U.S. dollar, and everything. And those countries have linked up together, and they own together 60 to 70% of the oil reserves in the world.
Mm. See, you already came up here and dropped some damn jewels. Now you got me really thinking about this. See, I ain't even heard what you said. I'm still thinking about this military conflict and these 500 troops that they done put into. They finna put into the states.
Sassy Mo said Japan owns the U.S. Treasury bonds. They sold them. They sold those things about 2 or 3 months ago. They sold a big share of those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They
Japan sold them to somebody?
No, but they sold them. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that people got to understand. And this is what I hate. That 5-day work week, getting the kids ready and all the rest of those things, then trying to come home and cook and all the rest of that.
Mm-hmm.
People don't have time to catch up with everything.
Right.
Everything that's actually going on.
Right.
But the thing about it is, what it is we have to do our due diligence on these things, because something serious is coming. I know everybody can feel it. We're trying to stick our head in the sand and all the rest of that. And then he just went up on those on what you call the interest rate. He just went up on that.
Damn. See, we learn a whole bunch of shit when we hear a whole bunch of shit from y'all when y'all come up in here on Saturday night. What the hell is going on?
But
Russia
see,
Russia is not willing to fight, but Russia is warning the US to stay off, to back off. So we do have that. The president is trying to instigate military. I knew he was trying to instigate military law. I knew it. I was like, why don't nobody see that? Why don't they see they're trying to make us get used to seeing military in the streets?
And here's the thing. Here's the thing is you got to understand what's actually really going on. If you look at it, they've already attacked and took over the fourth branch of government, which is journalism and broadcast and all the rest of those things. When it comes down to the internet and the information that we actually hold, you can't trust a lot of that stuff no more. I mean, you really have to go back to the libraries like we used to do. Because this information that's coming out, then you have these people that's spilling this propaganda this TikTok and 30-second attention span that we actually have, and people's actually not doing the research on this. What we're doing is suffering from a lack of knowledge and being lazy.
Right. Jesus. Listen
This
to
is serious.
I mean, really? Why you come up here and drop these kind of bombs?
See me, even Steve. Look at Steve in the chat. He agree with me. It's all propaganda. Let me tell you something. When I was over in Saudi Arabia,
I don't think it's propaganda at all. I think what you've said is facts so far, because I've been looking up what you've been saying. And
he's saying what he's saying about the fourth branch is propaganda. Yeah, it's propaganda now. The thing about it is what it is, which you're starting to see what is called a dumbing down of America. But the problem of the whole situation is this right here. And you asked the question. The question that you asked was a brilliant question. But you got to understand this. I hate to hurt your feelings on this. Manufacturing probably will be brought back to the United States, but it will not be manned by humans. It will be manned by machines and robots. Those jobs are gone. I hate, because that's what I say. You're so optimistic. It's the America that you know right now. Right. Enjoy it, because this time when the springtime come up and them flowers start blooming, it's gonna be a mess out here.
So my whole thing is this: we got to prepare. I mean, there's no way to prepare. Whatever we hiding from is already here.
Basically, if you want to really know what's going on, if you would just read Revelations and everything, to be honest with you, like Bob Marley said, we've got to fulfill the book. The book is actually fulfilling itself.
Now I got a headache.
And like Todd just said, I guess you forgot about Amazon. They laying off those 600,000 people. Then they just laid off another 40,000 or something like that.
I mean, what is going on? Is this another restructure? Oof! We got these jobs we got.
Basically, what's happening is that then you have then they also have an assault against the Constitution. The Constitution that you think that you're relying on, they showing you every day that it's a moving, living document, and it's up to who interprets that document and everything like that. And at times, during the time of the Civil Rights Movement, all those things happened because we was trying to promote democracy around the world. That's another reason why they, came with the Civil Rights Bill and all the rest of those things. But in today's society and currency, they don't care nothing about that. You're a libtard. They don't care nothing about that. They don't care about how they look.
Right. It's wild. Man, why y'all making me think tonight? What's going on? And then I be looking at it, researching and thinking. I need to know all. And then I hear.
I don't know Todd, but Todd, that's my brother and everything like that. Because if you read what he just said right there, I've been trying to explain it to everybody about the Industrial Revolution and the new revolution of the AI and the computers. And so the thing about it is, now here's a thing that we should be advocating for, and nobody is that universal basic income.
Right.
That's what should happen. That's what should be happening right now.
He said
And see, my question,
soon people will be held hostage under an authoritarian regime.
that's exactly what this is going toward.
Then we talking about a
It
fascist regime, right?
basically it's gonna be they got a new term, it's called technocrat. Those billionaires that they gave all that money to and all the rest of that. And then you ask this question. You
Mm-hmm.
always ask this question. You said, "Where's the money they got from those and everything like that?" I saw you on Hemp Channel. You talking about name something that the tax credit and that big beautiful bill.
Right.
You know what it did. Guess where the money went?
Mm.
To the big beautiful bill. So I want to feel you in on that too, because you asked it
Right.
when you asked it. I'm like, I'm about to get HQ. That's where the money went.
You came over
It
here.
went to-
You came over here and dropped some gems. Now I got to do some research. Now I got to do more research. First it was Steven, and he was correct in what he was saying. And I was like, wow, okay. I kind of had an idea, but now you making me really think. We could actually,
And so,
we in the middle of something. We don't know what's going on. We're in the middle.
and see, now you see what retracting those bases would be one of the biggest mistakes and everything like that, because you never gain ground like that. Once you get that land, you never relinquish that land. And if you do that, then China's going to take over that vacuum.
Okay.
They've already invested in Africa. They've rebuilt Africa, the whole of Africa.
Mm. Wow. Okay. Somebody want to know your name in the chat. What is your?
The thing about it is, I don't have one of those accounts. That's
Oh,
why
he don't have an account. He don't have an account.
No, man, because the thing about it is, I mean, they want you to sign up with this stuff. They already tracking you and all the rest of that stuff. You don't have privacy anymore. None of those things you have privacy anymore.
Okay.
And it's like, man, be honest with you, back in the day, these youngins, they don't know about when your friend called and you wasn't home and you see them a month later say, man, I tried to call you. They don't know about that, living off the grid like we did.
Right. Wow. Okay.
So the thing about it is, and this is what I'm really concerned about is the lack of information or the propaganda that's actually being spread online.
Right.
Because if you go up and down those YouTube channels and everything like that, and you listen to some of the things that they say, particularly, over there on Hemp and everything, Hemp, she's trying to learn everything, but a bunch of the stuff they're spreading is just straight out wrong.
Oh, you mean this evening? This evening, the panel was egregious.
Yeah, man, Mr. Fantastic and all the rest of those people and everything like that, it's just flat out wrong. Everything, Angry Man, Anton Daniels, Candace Owens, man, look, that's COINTELPRO, the so-called pro.
I can't do that. I can't do the false narrative too. That's why I usually stay off the panel, and I usually send a super chat or two, because I can't get into a discussion with people that are entrenched. If you're not willing to hear the information and then look at ways to verify it or discredit it, and you're stuck in your way, then we're just gonna go back and forth. I can't.
Not like this Jim dude. He said, "Let's talk about the border and the economy." I don't understand why y'all keep on talking about the border when the border is actually closed. It's already done. It's a done deal. See, the thing about it is, Jim, you used to triggering people who don't have the education or don't have the knowledge. But see, when you run across somebody who has the education and knowledge that can go toe to toe, everything that you say falls with one question. Every time we ask y'all a question, y'all change the subject and start talking about the border and the economy. The economy's trash, bruh.
Right. The economy is trash. Wow. Okay. So, lack of education. So let's talk about the border and the economy. We just talked about that.
I understand what they talk about, the border. The border's closed. They sending those people back home. Okay, that's good. That's wonderful, and all the rest of those things. But here's the thing that they don't talk about.
Right.
If you're a world traveler, been around the world, if you know what we have done, our American corporations have done to those people's land and their water, it'll make you cry.
Mm.
Went to Nicaragua with on my master's degree program. We went there, and you will be surprised what the Coca-Cola, Hershey's chocolate, and they dump all of that waste
Mm-hmm.
in those people's homeland. And then they talk about why these people coming over here and doing all this and doing all that. It's
Mhm.
because we came and disrupted their country like we trying to do Venezuela.
Mm. Mm. I can't believe you gave me all of this information. And
Welcome to Babylon, baby. Welcome to Babylon.
no, I mean, I probably, navigate the internet a lot, and I stay away from relationship things, and I try to go to the political things and the ones that have, shows and so I try to eventually hear this kind of stuff. Normally, I'm perusing those. I don't get on shows or get on panels. Very rarely do I get on panels and whatnot, because I like to just listen to information and not relationship information, because I'm tired of hearing relationship information. If you can't get it together, you just can't get it together. If you just own some bullshit when it comes to relationship, I don't want to hear about that no more. So go ahead.
Here's my thing about the situation that I don't understand is this right here. And
By every metric, the economy is doing well.
Okay. 600,000 jobs lost and everything like that. The economy is doing well. You got children graduating from college and everything, sending out 3,000 to 5,000 resumes. GM just closed 2 plants.
Right.
Microsoft, Intel, and all the rest of those things. We had we gained 14,000 jobs
Mm-hmm.
in the past. It's doing doing well. Okay, doing well.
I don't understand why there's denial like that. Explain how the economy is trash.
Okay, let me explain to you how the economy is trash. Next week, you should be getting your new health care bill and how much it's going to cost you,
Mm-hmm.
and then call back to HQ and tell us how much it was, how much it went up. The lady said, I told you earlier, the woman said her thing was paying like $584. It got a bill for $2,500 a month.
Mm. That's wild. We are in perilous trouble. What does that mean for? Is this only the ACA? The ACAs are going up, and
all that stuff is going up. And like John Patrick know what he's talking about. The stock market is way overvalued. It's been overvalued. It's a big bubble. It knows what they do. They go from the bubbles to the cars, bubbles to the houses, bubble to to this Bitcoin stuff, bubble to AI. And then did you know that they also said that 40 million cars are subject to repossession?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow.
And the GDP is not a good measurement of the of your economy.
So do you see us going into a stock not a stock market crash, but economy? Do you see us crashing?
Man, they're actually driving it toward that way. To be honest with you, I honestly believe on the real. The thing about with this old America that we know, there's a new world. There's a new world coming and everything. And to be honest with you, it's keep on leaking, and they're doing this stuff at breakneck speed. So you said about what I would do? I would write one executive order counseling everything that has been done. And then somehow try to come back and bring some bipartisanship. And another thing, those people need to serve in those seats 2 terms,
right,
and gone.
Right.
And like Stephen said, no bailouts this time. But the thing about it, Stephen, is this right here. They're going to drive the prices down so much and so bad that they're going to come in and take those corporations, those small businesses over for pennies on the dollar. And then another thing on the financial side, people don't know this, they just revoked the antitrust laws. That way the big guys can gobble up the small guys.
We in trouble.
Yeah.
We we in trouble. And and
And
that's the scary part because the regular, everyday, ordinary individual is just moseying along.
this man stood up here and said, he stood up here and said, low unemployment. The man just fired the lady for putting out the numbers, and the numbers was correct. And the person he put in there went back and confirmed it. Those
Mm.
numbers, you can't trust anything in those numbers that's coming out. Actually, also, did y'all know that the CDC cannot even put out warnings anymore? It's a blackout. Did you know that?
Say it again. What?
The CDC is not issuing those warnings and stuff no more. All that stuff has to be approved before it comes out. It's a blackout on information that's coming out. So,
What?
man, come on, HQ. I thought you talking about you be doing research
Now, see,
over. I say, come
no,
on.
no. See, look,
The
I'm in the same look. The skin on my bubble is not as thick as the regular everyday Joe. I'm able to break out of it easily, and you trying to put a hole in it, and I'm trying to pull the hole back, but I'm not believing what I'm seeing. Right? So
he's saying that there's no sign of recession anytime soon. Bro, we are already in a recession. We're not all in a recession. We're in a depression. People are living, they say 70% of the people living on credit cards buying food, man. To be honest with you, let's just go ahead and be honest.
what?
If you're drowning, you've already drowned. You just got a couple of more days left. Period. And they've changed it's come on, man. And like John Patrick, he needs to call it banks are headed for a liquidity crisis. What? That's what I was trying to.
Wait a minute. Here's the thing. They're saying somebody's saying, what is it? Banks are heading for a liquidity crisis.
crisis.
Watch the stock market. Why should I watch the stock market? It's going to the floor.
It's gonna be volatile, very volatile. I mean, Jerome Powell just came out yesterday and said the reason why he raised those stock markets. He raised those inflationary those rates and their interest rates and stuff. Because they got to because the policies are all over the place, and as far as these trade deals and everything like that, you cannot show one trade agreement that we have that's actually on paper, not a plan, not a negotiation, something that's signed. We don't have one. Not one. Now, just like me, you talking, hey, HQ, I sure like to take you on a day. Well, I think about it. Come on, you sure look pretty. I told you I think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got.
Wow.
And look what they say. Yes, CDC can't tell us if the U.S. pandemic is in a pandemic.
What the hell is going on with the world? What the hell is going on with the world? Is the Trump administration hiding this stuff? That's what's going on? They hiding all of this stuff.
It was not hidden. Stephen, we got trade deals, but we don't have anything signed. That's what I'm saying. If we do, I need to check that out and everything like that. But as far as signed, if you talk about the one we signed with UK, we got beat on that. We had a better deal before that. If you talk about that one, we had a better deal than the one they negotiated.
What? Man, I wish somebody. I hate this fucking timeline. I hate this fucking timeline.
No, what's going to be interesting is going to be how the Supreme Court ruled. That's going to be one of the things right there.
The Supreme Court.
Yeah, these rulings is about to come out.
I understand the Voting Rights Act, but that's not until next year.
No, but not only that. I mean, when they talking about when it comes down, because him, go sit in the National Guard and all the rest of those things, and then the thing about it is, one of the things Stephen Miller said, if we got all the power and everything like that, we don't have to ask the government. We don't have to ask. We don't need no permission. We're the ones with the weapons. See, all these things that the Constitution and everything like that is a beautiful document. Love it to death and all the rest of those things. But behind all of that, it is who has the might. If I got the gun, What you gonna do when you don't have one?
Mm.
And then he talked about, and then another thing, if they want to do this, just compare Trump's first, how many months he's been in against Biden, and you'll be surprised. If you look at Biden's, what you call it, you'll be surprised. You will actually, only thing, Jim, he's laughing. The only thing I'm saying is compare his timeline and Trump's timeline. We was gaining over 270,000, something like that, jobs up under him. We had like, what, 14,000?
Biden is the one who started this inflation?
No.
No.
Here's the thing that people don't understand about the inflation as well. The presidency and everything like that has a little to do when it comes down to inflation. And they don't even understand that. That's what I'm saying. A lot of them be talking and don't even understand what it is they're actually saying. And the thing, what I call it is intellectually arrogant and ignorant. That's a dangerous combination. And loud.
You loud. We struggle.
We got a name for it. We got a name for it. I think we call it zombies.
Zombies. I'm sorry. Were people struggling under Biden?
People were struggling up under Biden and everything like that. It was a struggle and everything. But if you look at the inflation rate from what it was up under him and what it is now, what it's about to go to, it'll blow your mind.
Right. The fact that I think it went from a 9.2 and Biden got it down to that 3 point or that 2 point, what he got down to. Yeah, it was at a cost, and I get that too. But I think Trump opened the gates back up.
Jim say stop pretending that you would actually give Trump credit if those trade deals were actually signed. The key words is if those trade deals were actually signed. So they were not signed. Oh my goodness! What kind of world we living in? He said if they were actually signed. So you just admit it. They were not signed.
Right. And here's the deal. What was Biden doing? What was Biden doing in office? What was he doing? Was he maintaining this? We're on a serious wave right now. Was Biden maintaining the wave? Or what happened? I understand that the pandemic started the wave, but Biden was managing that wave. Okay.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing that's probably gonna blow some people's heads and everything like that. It appears to me that John knows a lot about this and everything. But if you do your research, you'll find that he had one of the best economies that there was. If you look at all the metrics and everything, and add everything up, if you actually look at him and see what people don't understand is this right here. They talk about the first term of Trump and everything and how he did such a wonderful job and all the rest of that. But what he don't understand is that you cannot grade a president until a year later. Trump was living up on Obama's economy. And here's another thing that's going to blow your mind. 8 out of the 10 crashes we didn't have in the United States history happened under the Republican. They can't even imagine their own states. It's the blue states that pay for the red states.
Okay. I see that. You're giving me a lot
now
to
he talking about jobs that were coming back from COVID. Jim, do me a favor, bruh. You type this thing called Google and just start typing some of those things in and then just start comparing. That's why I asked that question, Jim, because you seem like you're intelligent. I don't understand how intellectual, intelligent people somehow just let all that degree and all them niceties spent up studying and everything just go to the wayside. Critical thinking is seeing this side and go against the other side. Whatever side that I think I'm on, I'll try to find someone on the other side to refute that, and then I'll come up with my conclusions.
It says no. One of them says it's so when it's Biden, it has very little to do with him. But if it's Trump, it's all Trump's fault.
Well, see, but here's the thing. Instead of attacking the things that I'm talking about when it comes down to the economy, see, people that don't know no better get involved in all that type of stuff. Let's talk straight up numbers. I'm a numbers man. I like them numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? See, that's why I said. That's why I was, what I talked to you about a month ago. You was getting frustrated because every time the things that you were actually saying was 100% correct, but they are not capable of answering a question. They're gonna revert back to the border. They're gonna revert back to what about Biden? They're gonna revert back to all the rest of these things instead of answering the question that was asked. Hamp had to tell them that several times.
Right. Okay.
They can't. It's like, yeah, prove it to you. Like Steven said, prove it to yourself. Prove me wrong. I'm not saying prove me wrong. I'm just saying do the research, bro. That's all I'm saying. Do the research. They've actually taken civics out of the schools and everything like that. The TikToks and all that is not by mistake. People have a 30-second attention span.
Yes, we are giving. We do. People very rarely talk about the First Step Act of Trump getting these many people released. We get all of that. Of course, we're not saying he didn't do a good thing. Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is other things were not so good under his tutelage. Other things are not going well under his
No. Look. Under that First Step Act and everything like that, I hate to give a put on the class. That First Step Act, if you look at it, it was just a sentencing guidelines. It was a sentencing guidelines, and the money he so-called gave to the HBCUs, they never received it. And this $1 billion they talking about they gave, no, it's not only to them, it's to the minorities. And then and all this stuff right here, that's what I'm saying. If the only thing you have to do is just fact check the things that they are saying. And none of that stuff is coming out. All the stuff is coming back zeros.
Oh, okay.
And like Steven said, you'd be surprised how wrong we've been. I'm talking about all of us, man, all of us. But here's my thing, because I really didn't know this, and I think, Steven, that you may agree with this. I didn't know that Americans don't know a lot about America. Basically, the average citizen does not know how the government works. They could even pass it. They said they couldn't even pass a one of them tests to get in here. No, you'd be surprised. The thing about it, you'd be surprised and see what they're going over feelings and everything like that. But see, while you're going over feelings, they playing a whole nother game.
Yeah, they playing for all the marbles, and we over here doing whatever we doing, playing with our toes and whatnot.
Man, I hate to be a down and everything like that. To be honest with you, man, I really don't know. Normally, I'm good at it. I have a degree in political science and everything like that, but I don't know how this is going to turn out. My prediction at the end of these 4 years is going to be horrific. But to be honest with you, like Todd was saying and everything, we're going to that other industrial revolution, which is the AI revolution. And the problem with that is that we needed humans during those times. They already said they don't need you no more. So those manufacturing jobs, any jobs that comes back into the United States, which they're not, they're just going to buy some land, put up a couple of steel, and wait for 3 years until he's out of office. That's all they're going to do. And if they do bring them back, they're going to bring back, it's going to be robots in there. It's not going to be humans.
Right.
You need to pull up that video and show that video of Amazon with those those robots running around the whole warehouse, about 4-5 football fields long. There's robots in there. It's like 4 people in the whole warehouse.
That's
4
crazy.
humans.
That's crazy. But
so
see,
my question, I was trying to ask all of my Trump brothers and all the rest of that. I'm trying to ask them what jobs Americans gonna do. And what and nobody can answer that.
Wow.
Stephen been saying, I've been saying this. That's what I'm saying.
That's why.
Well,
several trade deals were announced under Trump, but whether each deal is signed, ratified, and implemented is less clear. Whoa.
Say it again.
Several significant trade deals were announced under Trump, but whether each deal signed, ratified, and implemented is less clear.
So it's not one. That's what I'm saying. It's not one. The one in UK, if you look at the one in UK and everything like that, we got a worse deal than we did when we came into it.
Okay. Y'all got us all thrown off tonight. This is wild, Major, as well. The good jobs at America will be trade jobs where people.
Oh, Steven last talking about he politicized as well. Yeah, that was my bachelor's. I got my bachelor's in that and everything like that. Yeah, because the thing about it is, I don't understand. This is what I understand.
He said the economy is doing good. If you Google, the economy is stable.
Okay, stable. Okay, I'll tell you what. Look into your 401k right now, and also I want you to look at how much you owe on your house, how much you got in the bank right now, and how much can you afford to take a hit on, and see how good it's doing.
Y'all making me think I need to get my money out of my 401k.
You know your 401k is traded on the stock market, right?
Yes, it's based on the stock market. Yes.
And like Steven said, 100% right and everything like that. So you know that means if that stock market crash, that thing can crash, right?
Right.
And Ty saying FedEx, I offered to say, Ty, you forgot UPS, but I said that UPS then just laid off. I don't know how many UPS are laid off. Every time you turn on the damn TV, UPS done laid some drivers off.
Yeah, I hate to take my money out.
And look at what John Patrick said. That's what I've been thinking about as well. I took my money out for these stocks and moved to bonds until the collapse happened. That's what it is.
I'm trying to figure out if I take the money out of 401k, if I take my money out of 401k, where do I put it?
This is what I do: go to a financial advisor and all the rest of those things. But the thing about it is, you have to do your due diligence and everything. I'll tell you one thing: I'm gonna give y'all a key to why this dude talk about I'm completely bonkers. This is what you do: go back and study when the economy crashed and the moves that was made and all this, because all this stuff is in a cycle. It's all in a cycle. These things have been done before, but the problem is this right here. There's going to be a bust, but there's going to be a boom. And if you don't have the money to play when that boom happens, you're just out of luck. And what they're doing, like Joe Pesci said on what they call, they F you to death.
This is why.
Jim say he 255 million. Jim, you doing good, brother.
Shit, you doing better than good. You know, old white.
And Jim, congratulations, you're a good man. And Jim, you can't give people $37 for some food stamps, bro. You got 255 million. You gonna have a hard time making it to heaven, player.
Sure, you're probably talking about
Steven said he gets it, man. Steven ain't no fool, man. Look, man, I've been through that ringer, bro. It's that poli-sci degree. One of them. So the thing about it is, be honest with you, man, I don't know about these midterm elections and everything like that coming up with the movement of these troops and all the rest of that, man. That these and everything like that. No, I'm not a professor. Doctor. I'm not a professor. But yeah, it's gonna be one of those things, to be honest with you. I think it's all written though. It's all in the book. I think my thing about it is like Bob Marley say, we got to fulfill the book. If you want to read about it, it's all the Revelations in the good book. It also says they're gonna make merchandise of you. Basically, that's all we are. And the thing about it is, they're thinking that this thing is going to happen to minorities. Jim, you might be 255, but they coming after you too, because you're a small fish compared to these guys. They coming after you too. If you notice, they're not hacking these small jobs. They coming after people with money. The upper middle class people. That's what tripped me out. I thought they would start with the low end first. They're starting off at the top.
See, this is a lot. This is a lot to decipher. This is a lot to think.
Yeah, notice just look at the type of jobs that's being cut. Y'all look at the type of jobs that are being cut. The
Right,
jobs that are being cut are the jobs. These are not no low end jobs. HQ. These people making 200,000 and 150,000
right.
a year. These are not no small jobs, and these people got what they call mortgages and all the rest of it, and cars and all the rest of that stuff, and houses, and they constantly go put on you taxes and.
That's Trump is a good.
So,
Trump is a good
I guess.
president for Americans.
Look, man, look. I don't care if the Pink Panther was in there. My thing about it is, man, I don't play. It's not about the cult of personality thing and all the rest of that.
Right.
It's not about that. It's not about that, man. It's not about whether you like this man or don't like this man and all the rest of that. That's small thinking right there. We're thinking about everybody else, even children that don't have food, regardless of none of that stuff matters. Man, you can't take this stuff with you. I got more than I need.
You can't take.
Got three damn cars. What the hell I need 3 cars for? I'll pay for it, but
Wow. This.
so it's
This is a lot. Now y'all got me all thrown off. What's your final thoughts, sir? What's your final thoughts?
my final thought is that I'm gonna bag about you and everything like that. But my thing about it is because I know you were searching for knowledge and everything like that, and one of those.
No,
things
I
you talked about-
appreciate you coming up here talk. I appreciate you made a lot of people think. You make a lot of people think, and they can't dispute your facts. And Stephen is somewhat agreeing with you, so you can't dispute the facts. So it is what I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate this. Whoa.
Hey, mine old too. No, but my thing about it is, I just don't want people to be unprepared when it comes down to it and everything like that. To be honest with you, man, because it's common, and it's one of those things. And my concern is this right here: that we've actually been spoiled with the sports and the social media and the housewives of this and the housewives of that and all the rest of that stuff, and they, dumbed down the people and everything has been dumbed down. It's been dumbed down to the point where it's actually shocking when you can ask the average American citizen and they couldn't tell you anything about the government they live in.
Right.
They couldn't tell you anything about it.
Right.
They couldn't tell you anything about it. And then the thing about what was killing me is that loud and wrong and proud.
See, here's the thing. I see in the chat, Jim keeps saying this is Biden's economy. This is not Biden's economy because Trump did things to change the trajectory that Biden had us on.
The tariffs.
Right.
Before you go, Jim, answer this question right here. What caused the Great Depression? Was it tariffs that caused the Great Depression, Jim? Let's see if he's gonna be honest. Pull up tariffs, the difference between tariffs and the Depression, and you'll be surprised how many it's done caused throughout history.
Did tariffs. See, the thing is, okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot that we have to get into. You have to get into it and do a whole lot of research on it and everything like that. And like he's saying, the Federal Reserve and all that.
Tariffs didn't cause the Great Depression, but it made it much, much worse than what it was.
And then the thing about it, not only that, but I'm talking about throughout every crisis that actually doesn't happen. I'm talking about throughout time, not when they was implemented tariffs and everything. That's not a new concept at all.
Right.
The actual tariff had something to do with chickens. That would trip you out. Chickens. It goes back to something like chickens, washing machines, or something like that. But I think it was chickens. And so basically, yeah, and so those tariffs and everything like that. I mean, and then so
you're saying we were on a path, and if everything would have been smooth and we would have kept on the same path, this could have been this everything could have been it would have been Biden's economy that we would be floating on. But since Trump implemented those disastrous tariffs and every other move that he's made, this has now put us on a different trajectory, which means we're on a catastrophic trajectory, which means this is Trump's
Like like Steven said, he's right, but not completely. That's what I'm saying. This is like Steven's territory when it comes to I can sit up there and yield and say that I'm wrong and everything like that. I can saying some more studying and all the rest of those things because this is a very complex system that we actually deal with. And then he talking about tariffs did not increase the price of everything. See, you notice what he said. Everything. Did anybody say everything? See, those are the things they try to put in there. Nobody said everything. That's not even. They don't even address what it is that we're talking about. They don't never address the price of everything. Did not increase the price of everything. Nobody said that, bro. Are you having a conversation with your friend in your head?
I don't know. He keep throwing the Democrats in there, and I ain't say nothing. Ain't nobody said nothing about Democrat or Republican. We're talking about what Trump implemented that put us on a different trajectory than the one that Biden had us on. Okay.
But then when they start talking about when they start using that everything and all the rest of those, that's a disingenuous argument from the beginning because the thing about it is that's a waste of brain power and all the rest of that. Because they're not trying to have a good faith conversation, not even an argument.
20,000 it's just too much. It's just too much. You can't even fathom what the hell the path that we're on. It's worse than what I thought. It's actually worse than what I thought.
Honestly, to be honest with you, man. Like I said, my degrees in political science and everything like that. But Stephen, I can't figure this thing out. I can't see the end. But the CEOs are saying the same thing. Everybody basically saying the same thing. They don't know whether the bill to shut down. They don't know what to do because one day it's this, one day it's that, one day it's this, one day it's that. You actually government through tweets. That's not good. I mean, you don't know. It's just like, to be honest with you, it's like a bull in a china shop.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm like, y'all got me scared. Now I'm almost ready to call for my doggone stocks to get out of my 401k. The way y'all talking and changing into something else. The hell. Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. You can't hear the caller, Chai Pro? Oh, they said they couldn't hear you. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Oh, okay, something. Okay, you disappeared from okay, that's what it was. You disappeared. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I think you back.
Ty said that what you call Ty said that the AI is not no more, not a scale no more. To be honest with you, man, I'm still shaky on that. I'm still shaky on that. On that AI thing.
Can you all hear him now? Can you all hear him now? Okay.
On the crypto thing, I'm still because man, 1 minute it's up, 1 minute it's down. Then the CEO of the company, it somehow the money disappears. He disappears. It's like it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I want y'all to think about this right here. Look up the Great Depression. What happened before the Great Depression? And that's what taught me in history, and I studied that. During the Great Depression, before it was called the Gilded Age and all the rest of that, you had shoeshine people, and cab drivers and everybody was putting money in the stock market, and it crashed. And they've been repeating the same cycle. If you catch on to the cycle, it's the same playbook over and over and over again. They move from those loans, bad loans, from houses to cars to computers, back to houses, back to cars. This is nothing but a house of cards. That's all this is.
Okay. Wow. Well, that's it. All these things, the Gilded Age, banking, railroad, steel, exploded in growth. People became robber barons, mega rich, but workers, farmers, and immigrants still had low wages, long hours, and unsafe conditions. It was an enormous wage gap.
No, but not only that,
Right.
they started investing into the stock market. It is when they got into the stock market, that's when the crash actually happened. So when you have your masses of people, trust me, people, when you put your money in the stock market, those deals have already been done. They've already been done. By the time you jump in, they're getting out. They've already got the money out. Marjorie Taylor Greene went from what? $250,000 to $22 million in this short time. And then one thing I'm going to say, Jim, I can be objective. The Democrats, those people in that office, both offices, they getting rich too. They selling us out too. All of them selling us out. They getting stock tips and everything too.
Right. So
We're going to be the ones left holding the bag.
Right.
And then and check this out. I'll let you go after this right now to blow y'all head. But once this thing is over, and y'all think they're going to be prosecuting these people that's in this trouble, they're not going to prosecute nobody. None of them going to jail.
Right.
But you will. Don't pay your taxes. You will. None of them people going to jail that's in office now that's doing all that corruption, and none of them going to jail. I think it's time for us, the country, to put this behind and marshal American spirit and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah.
This is wild. It said unregulated capitalism and risky finance during the Gilded Age. Monopolies controlled prices, banks loaned money recklessly, and the stock market was manipulated by insiders. Oh, as a matter of fact, wasn't there a couple weeks ago somebody who manipulated the stock market, or Trump manipulated the stock market? He said something was going to happen with Chinese tariffs or China tariffs, and one of his buddies invested in some crypto or invested in something the day he announced it, when the tariff or the China, the stock went up or down, or it went way low. Somebody that he know invested in it, kept buying it. And then when Trump announced that there would not be a deal or something happened, the person got their money out, and they had made a couple $1 million.
No, but look, here's the thing. The man was a rich man and all the rest of that stuff. Yeah, he was rich and all the rest of that. He leveraged credit and all the rest of that. But This is the first time that man was ever been a billionaire. The president of the United States, have made over $1 billion personal, him and his family, while in office.
Right.
While in office.
Yep. He has personally enriched himself. And none of these people see it. I don't understand how they don't see that we have a corrupt president right now. We just got a corrupt president right now. You know what I mean?
He said, Jim said, conspiracy theory much. You know the thing about it, I hate to say this, man, but it's unfortunate. But a lot of us gon' mess around and find out, and it's not going to be pretty, because the thing about it is these are going to be human lives that's on the line. If you look into your neighborhoods right now, they say 40% of the homes that's owned in the suburbs are owned by private companies. They own whole neighborhoods.
Right.
Some people call me 10, 12 times a day trying to buy my house, and they're not supposed to do that. Harassing people.
Yeah. Because that's what it's going to come down to, and you're going to be begging to sell it. Begging to be able to sell it. It's wild.
No, but not me, because, I'm kind of, I ain't say cheap, but I try to be aware. He said Trump went from $1 billion to $8 billion in months. I don't even think he had that $1 billion, Massey. I don't think he had that $1 billion.
He didn't have no billions of dollars. He was a millionaire, but he didn't have billions of dollars.
He is now.
Oh yeah, he definitely billion. He's definitely a billionaire now. He's definitely been doing. He's definitely been doing some private, some public hustling, some
Hey, look
public
at look
and
at
private hustling.
highlight what Steven just said. The difference between conspiracy and truth is time. It's time.
That's wild. I thought I did. Oh, it won't let me do it. It won't let me show it. Oh, there. Oh, it's up at the top. I don't know whether you see it or not. You can't see it. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it is. The difference between conspiracy and truth is time. Okay. Okay. I understand that. I got that. This is
Yeah,
why.
it's only time can tell. Because to be honest with you, I really can't. Steven said, I wish Steven would come up here and explain to us and everything like that that he can see it, Steven, because I can't see it, man. Only thing I see is I don't see anything good really coming out of this because they recklessly spending money, and by the time this 4 years is up, and then they're cutting these social programs. And what tripped me out, I thought they would do one at a time, but they're actually doing both at the same time. They
Mm-hmm.
implemented Project 2025. They laying people off, and they trying to cut these benefits. That was just a scare. That was a test run. They finna cut all that.
Yeah.
They finna cut all that. And what you said, privatize. That's exactly what they gonna do. And
Yeah.
another thing y'all didn't know, they done privatized the damn our national forests and all that. Did y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
They privatized the national forests and all the rest of those parks and stuff, those government buildings and everything. They selling those.
Jesus. That's the whole thing. The whole thing is this president has dragged us. He dragged us over the cliff. Over the
No, no. I'm gonna be on Jim's side on this right here.
what?
He did not. He did not do that. You know what he did?
What?
He said exactly what he was gonna do. He did not lie about one thing.
Mm-hmm.
He did not lie about one thing. He told you everything he was gonna do.
Right.
He did do that. See, I can give you that, Jim.
Yeah, I can admit that he said he did whatever he said he was going to do. But that didn't mean that we needed it to be done. Okay?
That's true, but what it was is what it was. And what tripped me out, the people that actually voted for him are the ones that's actually losing their jobs. See, they wanted them to do it to those other people, not us. But see, what they didn't understand when it came down to minority, particularly the black community, they already sucked us dry, so there was nothing left to suck dry. So they had to add everybody else on. So in other words, welcome to the NAACP. Now you know how I feel. Or you're about to find out. And let's see who the victims are.
Notice they're avoiding my point about Trump being a billionaire.
That's because that has no bearing on what we're actually talking about. Because the thing about it is, those are more social issues. We're talking about economics and putting a bread on the table and for these kids and stuff like that.
This is Biden's economy. This ain't Biden's. We've already been over that too. We said he would have been Biden's economy if the trajectory had not been knocked off course by this president and the tariffs that he put into place.
Would you say that? Would you tell him that again? Because he act like what you call the man came in and started putting tariffs. The man put tariffs on the penguins in some island.
Right.
This has never been done before.
Right.
No, Steve. I don't see why they want to be detached. I don't, because it's failing, to be honest with you. But I don't understand the thinking, to be honest with you. And these are educated people. It's like, what the hell happened?
Right.
What the hell happened? Then another thing y'all got to be aware of. There was a study that came out that say 60 to 70% of the people would be willing to kill for the presidency, for their president or their king. You'll be surprised. Groupthink is a real thing. It's a very real thing. And the thing about it is when you start having people that's hurting, people will turn to a whole lot of different things.
Right. It's going to be interesting how all this plays out. It's going to be interesting because people
Tell Steven. Steven say he can explain it because some of the things I don't understand, and I believe Steven can, man. Let me hang up, Steven. You come up there and tell us what's going on with your ideas about the whole thing and everything like that. Because to be honest with you, it is very hard to find an intellectual conversation
Mm. Okay, thank you,
It's
sir.
very hard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm just opening up the door for the conversation. I will admit I am dumb as a stump when it comes to this kind of stuff. So I'm fascinated. I catch quickly. I catch on quickly. If you tell me about it, I'll research it and I'll catch on quickly. Of course, I know there was something wrong, but I just didn't know what was wrong.
Yeah, you thought you was heavy for a minute and everything like that. So I had to come in. I had to come in, HQ, and blow your brain real quick. Just to open, to be honest with you, it's
Yes.
not to put blame or nothing like that. It's just to open up the eyes and see what's going on. I could be right about some things. I could be wrong about some things. But the thing about the conversation is, I was trying to tell Steven, I just can't see where this is going to land up in a good place.
Mm,
Because I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave. I don't think those jobs are actually coming back. Manufacturing definitely is not coming back. If they come back, they're gonna come back as a robot. And these programs, once they get rid of them, they're gone for good because they've been trying to get rid of these things ever since the New Deal. And that's what people don't understand.
right.
They're looking at what's going on today. You have to look at the origins of how it started, and now they have the chance and everything like that to do everything. And what a lot of people don't know, I think they say 45 or 50% of the Project 2025 has been implemented already.
Mm-hmm,
Now they got another called Project 2030.
mm.
And those and the people that he said he didn't know that wrote that Project 2025, 120 of them was in this cabinet last time. Actually, he's not running it; they are.
Yeah, they going by the book. They
Yeah.
going by the book. Okay. So if they going by the book, then that's all you need to do is read the book and figure out how it's gonna go. Maybe it's going perfectly the way they want it to. They ain't stopping because that train ain't stopped. From what they plan to do, the train is not stopped. So
And
they
then
doing.
another thing they're talking about, people don't understand when it comes down. And then Jim, he's a 250 to $55 billion trillionaire man. He'll tell you these corporations, you're not a name, you're a number.
Mm,
You're a number. That's all you are, a number. When they don't need you, they don't need you. Simple as that.
right.
And then some of these corporations and companies, man, is paying them people like the UPS was giving these people $1,000 for every year they was with them before they was able to retire. Did you see that? The package that they offer these people was horrible.
Severance package, yeah.
Horrible. Some people were saying, dude, say he was there like 15 years, got $11,000.
Mm, there wasn't no money. Ooh, there wasn't no. Mm. See, this is bad. This is really bad. It's just like the Democrats promising you free handouts just to get your votes, but never letting you get ahead in life. Are you crazy, John Patrick? Are you crazy?
Jim,
That's so well.
Jim said he had the same boat he was in with Biden's office, but player, you can't take that with you. You can't take that boat with you, can you?
Right.
See if you can take it with you. And you probably, to be honest with you, you probably on that boat by yourself, ain't you? Because you can't trust nobody because everybody wants your money. Everybody want to have some free turkey for Thanksgiving. What a pitiful life.
That's
But
what.
anyway, Jim should be real hot right now. I pray for you, Jim.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good night, HQ.
Thank you. That's good. It was good. It's good. This is wild. This is an interesting conversation. It's interesting. What the hell is going on? So we have both. So Stephen said we were positioning ourselves in the Caribbean so that we could possibly take the oil or take control of the oil in Venezuela. This gentleman who came up, I forgot his name, came up and said that Russia has positioned themselves in the country of Venezuela to deter the United States from taking the land or taking over the country of Venezuela or bombarding the country of Venezuela. What the hell is going on? Maduro, who's in charge of Venezuela, has asked Russia for some missiles. Asked him for missiles. Asked him for his help to stop us from toppling his government. Trump from toppling his government. What the hell is going on? Now, it's true. It's true because I just read it. I just typed it 3 times in 3 different things, and all 3 came up with the same scenario. So Putin is in the Caribbean with Trump. His ships or his whatever he took or whatever he sent over there is over there to stop Trump from taking the oil. Okay. Maduro. And so Putin sent some help to Maduro to tell Trump to back off people. So what the hell is going on? So we have Maduro toppling want to topple the government. This is going to well, we don't care about that. What do you mean, Jim? What's going on? And it looks like we got to do something with our. Maduro has asked Putin for missiles. So this is where we at. This is where we're at with a lot of things. And something that was a surprise. Trump has deployed the National Guard to create a quick reaction force of 500 personnel per state for civil disturbance operations, which will start in January. An elite team of military going to every state, 500 deep, for civil disturbances. So we down the rabbit hole, and we've gotten taken down the rabbit hole. This is wild. This is wild. Trump hasn't been in office for a year yet, so he can't take credit for this economy. Jim, you can keep saying it all you want to, and I believe that you people who are on his side, the zombies who don't really question stuff, I believe you keep saying it so they will believe you, but we don't believe you. We understand that it might have taken a year for people's economy, a president's economy, to be burnt off. We understand that. But Trump put things in place, turned that around, and made this his economy. So stop it.
To accept, press 1.
Hello, Stephen.
How's it going, HQ?
Fine. What? We got this interesting character. What's going on? What is going on with the world?
He did not tell you a single lie. Okay.
He just dropped those. He just dropped those.
He did not speak a single mistruth. He was missing the words to describe of what he was talking about, especially when it came to talking about the petrodollar. When he was talking about BRICS. BRICS. What we can't see the forest. Well, when you're not paying attention to like the whole global like things that are going on right now.
Right.
What I see is an Axis ally dynamic setting up, BRICS versus the United Nations, right? BRICS is powerful. BRICS accounts for like 40% of the world's population. Brazil, India, China, Russia. These are major countries, okay, with major military powers.
Right.
So when he's talking about that, he's agreeing with me when I'm talking about setting up a competitor to OPEC.
Right.
So he's not telling any lies. And he's not even not connecting the dots correctly. He's just missing the words to describe the things that he was talking about.
Okay.
Furthermore, when he got into talking about how the New Deal, this is very important that everybody needs to understand what the New Deal was, which is the setting up of the Federal Reserve and the current global order, which is the United Nations. I'm going to tell you some things about the United Nations that's going to blow your mind, okay? out of the 195 countries that are a part or are in the world right now, 193 of them are the United Nations, with the exception of 2. Do you know which those are?
Say it again. Say it again.
Out of the 195 countries that are part of the United Nations,
Right.
or a part of the world, 193 of them
Mhm.
observe or are a part of the United Nations, and 2 don't. Do you know which 2 countries aren't a part of the United Nations?
No, I can only guess. Yeah.
No, it's gonna hurt you. Okay, Palestine and the Vatican. Those are the only 2 things that aren't a part of the United Nations.
Okay.
Which makes sense that when Israel attacked Palestine, because there was nobody there to protect them. They weren't a part of the United Nations. Nobody's going to do anything to Israel because the optics of it look awful. Nobody's going to invade Israel because of what happened during the Holocaust. So it was the perfect scenario for them to retaliate the way that they did, because they're just going to land grab and do whatever they want, and nobody's going to say anything about them because everybody's afraid to call them out on it, because then you're going to call it anti-Semitic or whatever the current
Anti-Semitic, yes. Yes.
Yeah. So, and he was also right when he was talking about back in the New Deal, okay? The New Deal saddled the United States with the Federal Reserve. When he was talking about all the bad investments that the stockbrokers made,
Mhm.
we bailed them out back then as well, okay? The United States always bails out their billionaire corporations, but they never bail out the people, just like back in 2008.
Right.
They saddled us with $10.7 trillion in national debt. Your children, my children, and our grandchildren and their children, they spent that much money ahead to save the billionaires, because they didn't want to give up the reins of power to small businesses, local credit unions, because they would have redistributed the wealth back to the bottom. Because when they lose, we win. Sorry, I got really excited to call you back on this one, because it was the worst financial decision that the government has ever made, period, ever. And there's a reason why Democrats and governments overspend like they do, because they know that it's coming down to a crash. They know it. Everything's inflated. Let me explain it to you like this, okay? If I hand you $1,000 and I'm holding $1, okay?
Right.
And I tell you that my $1 equals the same as your $1,000, right? And you spend 999 of your dollars that are equal to my $1, okay? And all of those single $999 end up in the pockets of corporations for your commodities, okay? And then I default on the debt, okay? They still hold those $999.
Right.
And you're the $1 I'm holding is now worthless. So what they're going to do, and this is when I say I can see it clearly, is they're not going to pay off the national debt. They're going to default on it. They're gonna run it dry until the government becomes insolvent. And that's probably going to happen around 2045 at the current rate of spending, because no candidate can run and say, "Oh, who's going to run on a campaign saying they're going to cut everything and start paying down the national debt." This is what I was explaining before. It's only going to cause more civil strife.
Right. Right.
So
Nobody's going to admit that. No politician is going to say that.
Absolutely not. And they all know it. These people are far smarter than you and I. They know exactly what's coming.
Right.
Okay. And I'm not talking in the realm of conspiracy. This is mathematical. If your government has $45 trillion in debt and the interest rates go up to 9%, congratulations, at the current tax collected revenue right now, you have less than $1 trillion to spend. Your government is now insolvent. So you have the option of either hyperinflating the currency and buying more, or reducing the deficit spending, which they're not going to do.
So
it's socialism 101.
So what are we going to do? Or what can we do?
You have to lean away from the promises of socialism. You have to take the government back step by step. Now, I understand, again, what I was talking to you about was, yes, people are going to need help, but we've been insulated from struggle and strife in this country, okay? Every time that something bad happens because these billionaires make bad bets or do whatever they do that, crashes the economy, which is always their fault.
Right.
We end up paying the price. And the last price we paid was too high. And what they have been doing since is putting Band-Aid after Band-Aid and kicking the can down the road. And that was part of the New Deal that my man was talking about before, is that when it created the Federal Reserve, it gave the government the power. And by the way, the Federal Reserve is neither federal or reserve. It's a private bank that has the ability to print money. They call it quantitative easing, okay? When they print money. That means inflation. They're going to put more money in the currency system so that they can cover the costs of what they need to cover.
Okay.
So people need to get away from this idea that we can have a socialized society, because this is what crashed Venezuela, Argentina, China, Russia. Every country who's tried it has crashed because eventually the money runs out. And then you get the hyperinflation, then you get the corporate default, then you get the debt service default from the government, then the currency inflates again. You get stuck in this vicious cycle because buyer confidence is zero. Nobody's buying anything. Nobody's able to save anything because everything's stuck in commodities because you could barely afford to feed yourself. And the cycle just repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats until you either wipe the whole currency slate clean and start with a new currency, or you turn your country over to another country.
So practically, now you're making people sit back and think. What's a practical way to say it to what people need to do? What's a practical way to say it? I sort of, we fucked. I get that part.
We're fucked. Don't get me wrong. We are fucked. Okay. And this is why I adopted the conservative mantra, because I'm trying to detach from the system in my own personal life. Okay. And I understand that some people really, really need the system to survive, but the only message you could bring to people is you need to prepare, because they're not just coming for a little bit. They're coming for the rest. They're coming for the land. They're coming for every investment you have. They're coming for it all. And they've been setting up to come for it, because there's no reason that we had to do this to ourselves. They could have defaulted the banks. The money could have flowed back down. Everybody's local communities could have started their own banks and their own local community banks. People would have had money to spare by now. But instead, they said, no, we can't let all our billionaires go hungry. They need that third yacht.
Right.
That's what they decided to do. And that's why conservatives say that Obama was the worst president ever. And they, unfortunately, I recognize this on the conservative side, is they're not too bright to be able to articulate those things. Okay. Some of them are really smart. Some of them are really, really, really dumb. And they don't really understand why they hated Obama. They're just repeating parroting the talking points of the smart ones.
Yeah, but Obama didn't cause that. He
didn't cause the crash. You're right. He didn't cause the crash, but he was the one, and he and the Democrat Congress were the ones who decided to bail out all the banks and the hedge fund managers who made the bad bets. And they could have instead, for a much cheaper price, bought every home, okay, and gave it to the people who were in the mortgages, then giving the banks the money themselves. But the banks didn't want that, because the banks like Citigroup and AmeriFinancial did not want any competition. And those are the campaign funders. So what do? We save our donors. That's what they always do. They get right in bed with the billionaires, no matter which side it's on. And while we're over here arguing about food stamps or tranny this or something stupid, they're making $100 million moves that are changing hands behind the scenes in these offshore trust funds on handshake deals, because they don't want it penned in paper, because then you can track it. It's a very, very, it's a different world. So when Trump says, I know the system is rigged, I grew up in it, I've lived in it.
Right.
He's talking about this shadow system that exists beyond our government that's global. And he's talking about how it's all managed by these trust funds and these $1 trillion accounts that are basically the source of liquidity for our entire system, okay? And they're the ones who make the real decisions.
And this is
And he also mentioned a liquidity crisis.
right.
He's also 100% right about that. There is a liquidity crisis because a lot of the major firms are now shorting the markets, especially the housing market and the automobile market, because there's a ton of defaults happening right now. Everybody's living on credit. They're
A bunch
depending
of
on the
defaults.
system.
Bunch of defaults in housing and cars.
Correct. You figured that would be in the news. That'd be the number one thing. They could hammer Trump for years about that.
Right.
But they don't want to hammer Trump about it because they know that their donors are going to benefit from the process of this all crashing. And they need those donors after the crash to prop them up for the next campaign cycle.
Wait a minute. You keep saying crash as in...
It's going to be a Great Depression.
So I'm saying
they're coming. The billionaires are coming for the rest of everything. Why worry about buying the land now when it's high when they could crash the market and buy it cheap? All they have to do is wait. Think about it. How much of your house value did you lose when the market crashed back in 2008? 50%, 60%?
I lost my house. I lost my house.
And I bet it got swept up by some corporation.
Yeah.
My sister lost her house, and my value went down 60%. My house was valued at 350, and it got in. And when it was all said and done, it was valued at 120. That's how they do it. They're playing the long game, and they got the chips to do it. So while we're talking about these dumb, stupid social issues that don't really affect anybody, and they're keeping everybody outraged. It's not a divide and conquer strategy. It's a distraction strategy. It's going to crash again. They already funneled out. The largest wealth transfer ever in history was under COVID, and they transferred trillions of dollars from the American people into the accounts of the Waltons, of the Bill Gates, the Jeff Bezos, the Elon Musks. They transferred all that money there and then rewrote all the rules. Oh, now we're going to take your money for the betterment of you, and we're going to subsidize renewable energy. This is going to be really good for you. But the truth about that renewable energy was it was never meant to avert climate change. They could give a F about climate change. It was meant to install extra powers that could handle the load of AI data centers and AI robotics plants, so that when they did decide to bring any jobs back here, they weren't going to be, they were going to be for the benefit of the corporation.
And we just been swimming around in it like we can actually.
And we're just over here fighting about dumb shit, and they laugh at us. You got to imagine how. Do you think there's any racism between like a black billionaire and a white billionaire? Hell no, they're both billionaires. They're living good. It's so
You say
silly.
crash, and you say crash.
Oh, it's going to be a full-on drop of everything in the market, every commodity. Right now, we're overproducing, and we're depending on being able to sell everything overseas so that our markets don't, the floor of our markets don't fall from underneath it. That's what caused the crash, was the bad financial speculating back in the Great Depression. It was that, and the markets were all inflated like they are now, because here's what happens when you have more currency. The market's worth the same as it was 4 years ago. There's just a lot more money cycling, so those numbers are pumped up. So it looks like the stock is going up and it's worth more, but that dollar's buying value is worth less. So thus, it's worth the same or less.
So,
you have to understand what inflation is.
As a practical thing.
The only way you can get us in this much of a mess is by intentionally doing it, by bad intentional policy decision after bad intentional policy decision over and over again in cahoots with one another. Okay? You can't sit there and be like, oh, we need to, like, climate change, right? Nobody's talking about climate change right now. Why not?
Right.
What happened is that was like a big thing. We got to save the world. AOC sat up there and said, we got 12 years and the world's going to end.
Right.
Those were her words. Why did she say that?
Mm.
Because some corporate donor came and sat her little butt down and said, here's what I need you to say. You want to cash that check, this is what you're going to get out in front of the public and say. And she danced the dance. And a lot of them do it just like her. She's not special. She does it just like everyone else.
Mm.
And while they do that, they have to keep presenting themselves to the public as the best option and the one who cares the most. But in truth, they all know what's coming.
So someone in that they asked them, I keep hearing we should take our money out of the banks. Will that even matter?
I don't know. Probably not, to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to be able to uphold the currency at its current rate. We're probably going to lose the country is probably going to lose its AAA credit rating. It's probably going to drop to a single A credit rating like Venezuela or China.
But you don't think this is happening soon, right?
It's anyone's guess when they decide to cash their checks. In my personal opinion, this is all managed, and it's worldwide. I mean, the reason why they brought all the immigrants in was to put upward mobility on the markets to pump up all these commodities that people need. And the number one commodity that they need is oil. Everything is made from oil. Plastic, acrylic, fuels, you name it, it's made from it. You can't even refine steel without oil.
Right.
You need it for gears, you need it for shipping, you need it for everything. So oil is the largest commodity, okay? Why in the world, if oil is the largest commodity, does Biden come in office and start canceling pipelines? How is that going to help America?
Right.
That hurts the economy. He knew that was going to hurt the economy. He's got very bright people around him that say it's going to hurt the economy. And
right.
I can't accept the answer that they cared about the environment that much, because there's not a single Democrat in the history of the country that's given a crap about the environment. In fact, there's not a single party in the history of this country who's cared about the environment. They'll dump acid in your lakes. They'll dump oil on your railways. They don't care. They look at the offshore deep well drilling in the Gulf of Mexico back when Obama was in office. And they dumped, 7 million barrels of oil in the sea. That's still not cleaned up to this day.
I remember.
And you know how much BP paid in a fine for that? Nobody went to jail. They ended up paying like $250 million in fines. Big whoop. $250 million. They print that in a day by how much oil they pump out of the ground.
I remember when that happened.
Do you remember anybody going to jail back in 2008 for making bad bets?
Not that I know of. No.
The only one I remember going to jail was
Madoff?
Yeah, Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff. Yeah.
And he only went to jail because he took a bunch of loans from the government and he got caught.
Right.
But other than that, nobody else went to jail. They were they were laughing all the way to the bank. We just got a free check from the government after we made the worst investments in history.
And now we barrel it down. Now we're barreling down a path that's even worse, you say.
Right. We should have tightened our belt back then, but they didn't want us to feel the suffering.
So is there any way to stop it? Any way to stop it, halt it, slow it?
You have to balance the budget with a budget surplus so that you can pay down the national debt. And you have to do it fully. You have to dismantle the banking system and get rid of the Federal Reserve as well, so that they don't have the option of borrowing money anymore.
So we know that's not going to happen. So
we know that's not going to happen. They're not going to let it happen because everybody's invested in those bonds, because that's why they let the foreign countries buy the investment bonds.
So we just gotta. There ain't nothing really.
We're effed. I'm going to be honest with you. We're effed. And this is why I'm a conservative and I want to be an individualist, because the more that they make promises on what they're going to do with your money, the less your future generations are going to have. Back when conservatives like to talk about, the wealth of the Black community, right? The Black community, and even Black people talk about it this day, back when they were all Republicans. Right. They all had access to their own banks. They had access to their own grocery stores. All of their community was owned by the community, so the money flowed through the community, okay? Now it all flows to corporations. And that's by design. Nobody's going to convince me that Walmart was just that much better than every other person out there. So they put one in every town and every city in the entire country. You can't convince me of that. That was federally funded and monetized, okay? They subsidized Walmart, they subsidized the Waltons, and they let them spread everywhere to put all the small businesses out of business so that they can control one corporation and control the commodities that corporation sells. Okay? And they did it with almost all of your industries. Instead of 12 oil companies, now you have 3. Instead of 4 food companies, now you have 2. Right. And everything is like that now, okay? And instead of that money flowing through your community, and through your local gas stations that your community owns, it's all owned by corporations. And we let them do it by bailing out the banks back in 2008. They would have never had and that's what they didn't want, because that would have put the power of financial freedom back in the people's hands, and they did not want that. They wanted even the Republican. I have zero trust for Republicans, HQ, and I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Even though I identify as one, I don't trust them as far as I could throw them, okay? And here's why: because they do the same exact thing that Democrats do, the same exact overspending, the same exact imperialism, the same exact hawkish foreign policy where we intervene in other countries and overthrow their leaders. Like, some of the worst foreign policy decisions were under Hillary Clinton, okay? And the Democrats marched her out like she was the savior of the world. That woman orchestrated the death of Omar Gaddafi, one of the most beloved leaders of North Africa.
Omar Gaddafi, yeah. No, I was just repeating the name, Omar Gaddafi. Omar Gaddafi. His
people loved him. And they took a group of 400 rebels and they armed them in that country and sent them after Gaddafi to overthrow him. And the group grew and grew and grew. There was no that country was a functional, stable country. They just didn't like the fact that Omar Gaddafi was going off the global reserve currency, which is the U.S. dollar.
And they did that.
That's what that was all about. He declared, we're going to have our own currency. We're not going to use the U.S. dollar as our base trading liquidity. And we're basically going to do what we want. And Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama said, the hell you are. And they went and had him taken out. Just like Bush in Iraq. Go look up right before Iraq happened what Iraq decided to do. They decided to go off the global reserve currency. How convenient that 9/11 happened. Now we have an excuse to bomb some brown people in the Middle East over and over again.
Bad mistake, terrible mistake after terrible mistake.
These weren't mistakes. They were intentional.
Well, I mean, intentional tragedy that happened.
It happened, but it was completely intentional by the people who run our government, who take the money from the corporations, and the corporations tell them what to do. And for the interest of the government to keep collecting revenue off the tax base and keeping the country stable enough where they can collect that revenue, that's what they do. Instead of Libya going off the global reserve currency, now they're still on it because they killed Omar Gaddafi. It's over and over like that everywhere in the world, okay? They pillaged Africa. Europe pillaged Africa for how long? 300 years?
Yeah.
The French colonies, the Dutch.
Right.
The only ones who didn't pillage Africa were the British, but they were over there taken from India and China.
Jesus. You would think that it would be, you think that you live in a specific society, and then you hear all of this background and you think, well, what the hell? The normal, everyday, average person doesn't know any of these things, and we just are oblivious to all of this because we're skyrocketing over the cliff, and we're
already over the cliff. The cliff is gone.
The cliff is gone.
The country's $37 trillion in debt, and it's paying 1.2 trillion dollars annually, and just to service the interest on that debt. That's not paying a penny off the debt itself. The debt that we accrued from bailing out the in the 2008 crisis, we haven't paid a penny of that off yet. Who's going to pay that?
So
So
you said grandchild's grandchild.
your grandchildren's grandchildren are saddled with that debt right now, because if they paid off $1 trillion a year with the interest alone, okay, so that would be $2.2 trillion a year. And as they paid it down, the interest would go down as well, but it would take 40 years to pay it off. So that's your grandchildren and their children. That's 3 generations, 40 years.
Right.
Before they have no intention of paying that debt off. It's not part of the plan. The plan is to crash everything, all the money sitting at the top. Oh, then we're going to have a plan to pay off the debt. Let's start selling things off, start selling, we'll reduce the government size. Great, conservatives are happy. And the Democrats are going to be all mad because, oh no, we don't get all our social programs. And all of this stems from the 2008 crisis because they never addressed the issue that came with it.
And so now they're up shit creek, and they're deliberately now they want to start putting now they want to put these tightening of the belt. Let's get rid of X, Y, and Z. Let's get rid of X, Y, and Z. Let's not give this. Let's not give that. But how do they justify giving the money to the millionaires and billionaires then?
How do they justify it?
I mean, or they're not even gonna. We're not even gonna deal with
They didn't have to justify it. Why would they have to? Why does the government have to explain anything to its people? They come out, they stand on their podium, they give you their little speech. You take in the theater of it, okay? Because that's what most of this is theater. And then you go, oh, okay, well, that makes me feel better, okay? And then everything, like in 2008, you should have been running after people with pitchforks, okay, for what they did to this country. But instead, we had a movement. We had a political movement. You know what's the last political movement that brought Democrats and Republicans together?
Shit. I can't remember.
Occupy Wall Street back in 2008.
Oh, Occupy Wall. Okay, yeah. Okay. I remember.
And do you know what the Obama administration did 2 months after that? The Democrats repealed a law where the government couldn't use propaganda against its own people. 2 months after that. And then they started funneling money all to these nonprofit organizations to ease the pain in everybody's life about, what happened in the 2008, make us all forgive and forget. Mm-hmm. I've never forgotten. I know exactly how much they stole. And it was a lot. It was more, they were buying yachts. Their CEOs were getting $50, $60 million bonuses.
I remember. I remember.
Uh-huh. And we should have been running after these bankers and these hedge fund managers with pitchforks and teaching them what a French Revolution actually was. But instead, we've become so insulated and so soft as a society that we decided that we were going to forgive them if they didn't do it to us again. Well, guess what? It's time for them to make a call on us again. And they're going to do it again. Only this time, it's going to be all the wealth because all the land's going to crash and they're holding all the money right now. So they're going to buy up everything. Okay? Mm-hmm. Everything's going to get bought up and you'll never get a dime back from them. And they're going to let all their foreign buddies, all their little rich friends that they go to the Maldives or wherever they go, so rich people go, and they're going to buy up everything.
So are we talking about so there's no preparation that I could make? If I decided I was going, well, I probably won't even, I don't even want to be.
I would take the advice of the last man who called, go talk to a financial advisor and just say you're afraid of where the economy is going and you want your money to be as secure as possible. I'm not a financial advisor. I don't even know what to do to stop it. I'm just trying to detach myself from it as much as possible. Okay, and that means being able to produce my own food, being able to produce my own.
Whoa. You're talking like you're trying to get off the grid where
absolutely
it'll be just that bad.
Homesteading, absolutely. I have my own cows, my own chickens, my own whatever. I don't want to be dependent on this government for anything. I want generators at my house. I don't want to have anything to do with the government anymore because every time we get in bed with the government, they decide that we are going to be their tool of extortion. Every time. I mean, you can go back and just see all the propaganda they waged.
Mm.
They told Ronald Reagan stood in front of the entire country and said, "Our boys are in the water," and took us into the Iranian Contras.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they proved that that was a lie. Nobody died.
Right.
They just lied to the country and got us in the war. Then Bush said, "Oh, you know, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Did they ever find those?"
No.
But we forgave them again, didn't we?
Right. Right.
Again and again. Afghanistan, we're looking for Osama bin Laden.
Right.
You went into a foreign country, okay,
Right.
to look for one man.
Right.
And we forgave him again. And we just keep forgiving him because we're ignorant. We are all so ignorant of how evil this government actually is. And that's why I'm a conservative, because I know that this government is evil and I don't want anything to do with it. And I think it hurts people more than it helps them.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally you get your feel-good story about somebody, you know, getting access to the Affordable Care Act and they got help and it saved their life. But for the most part, all they do is create death, despair, and mayhem around the world. For every person they save, they bomb 1,000 brown people.
Mm-hmm.
Great. We're so great as a country, you know.
Why was Bush never brought to justice? Because Obama said we forgiving and forgetting. Obama said that.
Why was he never brought to justice? He was deemed an international criminal by the United Nations.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me say this one super chat. Thank you, Natural KIC, for $5. I appreciate this knowledge being shared with us in a different perspective. Good stuff. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, he was deemed an international criminal, but Obama did say that we were going to move forward. We weren't going to move back. Okay. So that is what it is. It's a guy.
Back then, a lot of Republicans, and I was a younger man then. I think I was only about 18 when Obama was the first person I voted for, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I do recall at the end of the Bush administration, a lot of conservatives and Republicans turned on Bush. I mean, the vast majority of them. And
Cheney and him.
Yep, and Dick Cheney as well. And a lot of these major players back then, John Bolton, you name it, they all were in on it and making money. Dick Cheney had a bunch of mercenaries that the United States government used in the war in Iraq and the war.
That wasn't Blackwater, was it? Or no?
It was.
It was Blackwater? Yeah. Blackwater, yeah. Okay.
And then when he left office, he sat on the board, because that's how Republicans make their money, is they keep it honest while they're in office, and then they call them favors back when they get out of office, and they go sit on the boards of companies. Now, the Democrats do the same thing with the health companies, but while they're in office, they get money for speaking fees from NGOs that are federally funded. So this is all just basic extortion of your tax dollars in the Commonwealth.
Right.
And they talk about, we're going to, like, and I'm not going to get real political with Zoran Mandani, because I don't really care for the guy, and I don't dislike the guy. When he's talking about taxing the rich, it's not going to be tax the rich, because the rich have capital mobility. Mm-hmm. They're going to pick that money up and they're just going to put it somewhere in another state with the cost of setting up another trust fund in another state and pressing send on all their money. Okay.
Right.
He can't tax them out of the state. So what's going to happen to make good on those promises is he's going to have to tax the upper middle class, the slightly well-to-do people, the $120,000, $130,000, $140,000 people a year. That's what they make. That's who he's going to have to go after to get that funding for all of his campaign promises, because he ain't going to get it from the rich. The rich are the ones who are funding his campaign. He knows that too. So when I say that people need to get away from the concept of socialism, because we're actually living in the socialism right now. You have all of the markers for it: the hyperinflation, the quantitative easing, the money printing, you name it. Every marker for the socialist collapse is what we're experiencing right now. Only the vehicle that they use to drive the socialism is taxation. And tell me, if you never had to pay above 20% in taxes in your life, would you be doing much better now over the last 30 years than paying 50% taxes?
I'd be doing better.
You'd be doing way better.
Yeah.
You'd have investments. You probably would have a brand new, whatever. It doesn't matter. They don't want you to be wealthy, and they don't want me to be wealthy. That's the truth of the matter with taxes, because they don't have to spend that much. They didn't have to do any of this stuff. They did it on purpose.
So what do you think of this president enriching himself since he's been in the White House? Is
And
this
if you could name me one who hasn't done that, I'd be surprised.
you said what?
Whatever vehicle they decide to use to enrich themselves, they always come out better in the end. Obama made all the publishing deals. George Bush made all the money off of BlackRock and Vanguard. Trump made money off the crypto. Biden made money off the Ukrainian deals his son was peddling. They all do it. They're doing it in our face. Okay, nobody is not guilty of it.
Okay. That's crazy.
I mean, and it wasn't just the book deals for Obama either. It was the cushy speaking fees. The ACA wasn't to subsidize your health care and make it lower. Your health care has steady rose 18% every year since the ACA came into power. That was a handout to the donors of all the health insurance companies for funding his campaigns. That's what the Affordable Care Act was, because they were paying for all the Democrat campaigns back then. They could have socialized medicine and taken that $120 billion a year and put it into Medicare and Medicaid and expanded that. Or they could have sent it down to localities and said, if every local government has to have their own city health care plan for their people, then you'd be paying into the city, you'd be paying into a smaller pool, and your health care would have been even cheaper. But they wanted to make sure that that was on the federal level so that they could keep holding the reins of power. They didn't have to do that.
Paid for, but I find that some states don't even get state taxes taken from their paycheck. I wish I understood that. This is wild. This is fascinating too, Stephen. Jesus, every time you come up here, you and the other guy come up here, I always
he wasn't wrong about anything he said. He was just missing a couple words because he was just going on and on, and it's all interconnected. This is all stems from the New Deal, the creation of the Federal Reserve, which is neither federal or reserve. Okay, all they get to do is print money for banks, loan that money to the banks for a 1% interest rate, and then they're basically giving the banks free money, mind you. Here's $200 million, okay? And the banks, because they printed that money, get to loan that money to you, and then you have to pay the banks back for you to basically be loaned your own fucking money. Excuse my language. It is a wild system. And the longer you take to pay back that interest, the more it costs you.
Wow. This is
part of it is because the interest as well. The interest in this country, we have zero regulation on interest in this country. Right. They can charge you whatever they want for interest. Sign a loan for 1,000% interest. There is no protections for you in the legal system as well. Okay, right. You can get effed any way they want and decide how to do it to you. And the reason why they do that is because they know that people are getting desperate. That's why the Republicans repealed all that stuff. They're like, okay, well, anybody who's dumb enough to sign this contract deserves to give their money away.
Ooh. This is wild.
They're acting like, and this is what I don't understand about like the dynamic of left versus right. Most people are socially liberal, I should say. Okay, and most people are economically conservative.
Right.
But for some reason, people draw a distinction with the federal government between economically liberal and economically conservative when they're doing the same exact thing. It doesn't make sense to me. No. So when I hear Democrats talking about, oh, we're gonna do socialized medicine or whatever flavor of the week they're trying to sell to get themselves elected, they're not taking that from billionaires. I already explained they can't take it from billionaires because it's enshrined in our law that whatever they do, the billionaires are either just going to buy assets, they're either going to move their money overseas, they're never going to get a dime of it, okay? They're never going to do it. So what do? They take it from the upper and middle class and distribute it to the lower class. Then everybody's equally poor.
That's sad. I understand.
I mean, think about it. I made last year $120,000 and I paid a 52% tax rate in Minnesota. I got to keep 48% of my money. I could have taken 6 months and thrown it in the dumpster. How is that fair?
Right. Mm.
Like it doesn't even make sense. So when I say that, if you would have had access to 30% more of your money, you could afforded really good health care for yourself.
Right.
You could afford to save tons of money. You could have afforded to save almost you could probably bought anything you wanted when you wanted it and had 30, 40 grand sitting in the bank. But they decided that they didn't want that to happen anymore. So they jacked the tax rate up right after everything happened in 08, and we've all been living under it ever since.
So we just been rolling under a time bomb from here on out there, and now it's about to burst.
Oh, it's gonna pop. I don't know when. I couldn't give you a date, a time. And even with the young man who was speaking before, talking about revelations, nobody knows when it's all going to come crashing down. Nobody knows the date, the time, who's going to be the architects of it this time. They'll find a scapegoat. They always do. But I promise you again, nobody's going to go to jail. They never do.
And then we just gonna be the benefactors of the destruction, us poor folks, or regular folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
We're not going to be the benefactors. We're going to be the one of detriment. The only people who are ever the benefactors of a crash are the wealthy. All the little peon, little stock traders that make $230,000, $300,000 a year, they won't be saved. But the people who own the companies and the hedge funds and the investment firms, the Berkshire Hathaways, the Warren Burks, they're all they don't care. Their money's safe. They're diversified.
He said, what do you think about the no tax on overtime in the new tax bill?
Great. How does that even move the needle?
That's what I keep saying. Look, I don't even...
Let me put it like this, okay? Most people seek to be self-employed. If you seek to be self-employed, is that going to move the needle for you? No, absolutely not.
No.
It doesn't matter if you work 70 hours or 30 hours and you're self-employed. You're getting paid by the job.
Right. So there's no tax on overtime. Maybe it was just maybe it made him feel good throwing it in there, but I don't think it's going to move. It's going to change anything for you.
Every now and then, the billionaires realize that the public is getting a little bit too sassy with them, and they throw you a small bone every time, just enough to keep you satiated, but not enough to fill your belly.
And it's a small bone.
Every
Make no
time.
mistake about that. It's a very small bone. That's why I don't even mention there's no tax on overtime, because that. What does that do? That's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket.
It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't move the needle at all. Absolutely, it doesn't.
It's just like you could have just kept that, because they don't do anything for us. If you would have gave me $5,000, at least I would have been able to buy me some groceries, pay my rent, pay my car note, and then I've been done. But now
absolutely,
you're talking about tax on overtime at the end of the year,
right?
And
then now after you already gave it to them all year, and you don't get the interest on that money. Absolutely not. They're keeping the interest on that money.
Right. So it's really like you didn't get. It's going to be negative when you get done with it. With the prices the way they are, they keeping all that. Wait a minute. Did you really?
Oh, HQ, I'm going to make a conservative out of you yet. You're starting to sound like me.
Did you really think they were giving you something with the tax on overtime? Did you really think that? I didn't even put that in my factor. I didn't even calculate that in anything, because
it's a nothing. It's a nothing. No tax on tips. Great. A waitress makes $100 in tips a night, and she doesn't got to give. Thank you, government, for not taking my money. Yeah. Like, that's how we're supposed to feel about it. Like, it's so ridiculous what they've done to people through this taxation scheme that they've put in. We never had taxes in this country until after World War II. Okay. And then they decided, oh, look at this. We can fund our little cute prep projects now. Okay. Instead, I think that taxation should be tied to the sales economy. So if the economy is healthy, the government's doing well. And if the government doesn't make sure the economy is doing healthy, guess what? The government doesn't do well. Okay.
Right.
And they've sold all these people on all these socialized programs. I tell you, look out in your community. There's WIC, there's food stamps, there's everything. There's health care, there's housing.
It's 13.
And look out into Look out in your community right now and say, has it gotten any better in the last 60 years? And my answer to that is absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It has not gotten any better. You go out in your community and there's homeless I go to Minneapolis all the time. There's homeless encampments everywhere. Wintertime rolls around and they all run to the shelter. And then as soon as summer hits, they're all back out on the street by the thousands.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That many people in a city is a dystopian society. That is a dystopian society. And then we have people, we become so violent and disconnected with ourselves as a culture that now we're shooting each other. Okay. And specifically, white men are shooting up schools, black men are shooting each other, and Latinos are shooting everybody. Okay. And why are we doing that to ourselves?
I don't know. He said, "What is Jim? Jim is arguing with you in the chat. Now he's starting to argue with you in the chat.
What's Jim got to say for himself?
He said $2,000 is not a drop in the bucket for me. What do you mean?
Ask him what he could buy for $2,000.
He said
2 months worth of groceries.
Should I not accept the $2,000? $2,000 will pay half my credit card debt.
For real. For real. $2,000 ain't even a down payment on a car now.
Wow.
What you gonna do with $2,000, Jim? Let's be honest with ourselves. You can't even get a $2,000 CD anymore and use that to back a loan.
Right.
Can't do that anymore either.
I mean, we don't understand this is like lightweight. This is child's play. They're not giving us anything. They're not giving anything to us. They're setting themselves up to cushion themselves. They're cushioning themselves.
They already hold, like I said, the inflation was intentional because they wanted to create an upward flow of commodity money to the corporations, because the corporations already own all the food companies. They own all the automobile companies. They own all the oil companies. There's only one or two of every one of them.
Right.
And there's only like 3 or 4 major parent companies that own all of those companies. If you took the time and you went and followed who owns these companies, it's just a very small web of 4 or 5 corporations. Okay? And they own everything. And they're coming for the rest right now.
Right. Right.
Because this isn't your world. This is their world that you're living in. This is how these people think.
Right.
There's a whole system behind the system that moves money for these people on handshake deals. And after the handshake deals, then the plan is penned out. You don't get to see the plan. There's no corporate oversight of our government whatsoever. Have you ever seen them haul in a corporation? They give them a stern talking to in those Senate committee hearings. What has ever come out of any of them?
They didn't go to jail.
They didn't do anything to them. They wag their finger in their face like they do every time, right. And then they kick them out the Senate hearing. And they just did it to Mark Zuckerberg, right? I remember that one. And they came and they gave him a stern talking to. Right. They all got their cheap political points for their campaign videos, and then they kicked them out the Senate. And Mark Zuckerberg walked away like, that was stupid. Nothing even happened to me. And they do it with every one of them.
Right, right. It's like it's political theater. All of that is political theater.
Exactly.
They understand exactly what's happening. The problem is they're not going to let us know. They're not going to give us a heads up. So, because we don't matter.
Would you put one of your greatest campaign donors in jail? No.
No. Of course not.
No.
You paying all my bills. I'm the person that's funding your campaign. I'm the person that's sending money to you every month, every year, whatever. Of course, I'm not putting you in jail.
You do realize that all these Republicans and Democrats that we think hate each other actually have big parties behind the scenes.
Right. Yeah.
With each other. They love each other. Like it's retarded. Like it's sorry, excuse my language. It is, and this isn't even a conspiracy. They back in, I think it was like 2017, 2018 when AOC first got elected, they had her with the entire Republican caucus at a nightclub partying and drinking.
Right.
Everyone together, just having, and there was a bunch of Democrats in there. And they're all having a good time. Look at that, it's all great. We all just got elected. We're in DC partying together. You know, it's so absurd.
Yeah, I remember hearing about her being somewhere with some Republicans, and them being out somewhere. But I vaguely remember, but I can't recall. But it's like, wait a minute, you guys know each other, so you guys got an idea what's going on and what's coming down the pike and what ain't. But you're not willing to tell us, and you're not worried about telling us because we're not your corporate owners. I get you.
Right. They're not mad at each other. They're friends. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. They don't hate they hate each other in front of you. Okay? But tell me this. Me and you are on the opposite sides of the aisle, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't exactly agree on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really hate?
You disappeared.
Sorry, I said we're on opposite sides of the aisle.
Right.
But we talk to each other. Do you really hate me? Like,
no.
Think about apply that logic to how these people operate. They don't hate each other. Absolutely not.
We just have a different philosophy that we're presenting to the world, but I don't personally hate you. No.
Right. And the theater that we get is they absolutely hate each other.
Right.
They make mean faces at each other. They call each other names. It's all an act. They don't care. They're just trying to garner attention from their donors to get more money to get reelected, and they do it over, and we keep falling for it.
Right.
Well, we're worried about them. Oh, Trump said this, or Mitch McConnell said that, or Josh Hawley said this, or Jasmine Crockett said that. It doesn't matter. Watch the moves.
Right.
Look at the moves they're making. Okay. If you want to get really mind blown, go look at what like Berkshire Hathaway and their investment portfolio is, because they have to show the world where their investments are right now, and a lot of them are saying that the market's going to fail.
That's keeping me scary. Well, give me your final thought. Give me final thoughts, Stephen. Woo! We had all these people sitting right here listening to what you had to say. Give me your final thoughts, sir.
My final thought is, do not lean into the promise of socialism, because it's only going to make it worse. You have to bear the brunt of the decisions of the elected officials that we put in office that allowed this to happen. And we cannot insulate it from ourselves anymore. We have to suffer for the future generations. Okay? That doesn't mean going without food or housing or clothing. It means stop cowtailing to these corporate billionaires and let them fail like they deservedly so deserve to do. That's my final thought.
Vega Tax KC says total bullshit. Okay.
Okay.
Next time we have this open forum, this open panel, I expect you to show up Vega Tax KC and explain yourself.
Right. It's math. If it's bullshit, show me the map that tells me otherwise, that government insolvency isn't at $45 trillion.
Right.
And that we're not barreling towards it by both parties. How are they going to make a campaign promise to you, for a new health care plan, and it's going to be so great when it adds more to the deficit? They can't. They know they can't.
Right.
So they're making promises, and if you just simply go look up what happened to the other countries that did this and had their big socialist revolution and where they ended up, that's the direction you want to take America into, because it gives you the warm and fuzzies that people are fed or people are housed. It's not the case.
Jim, Stephen, he says, Stephen, you haven't changed your mind. He didn't come up here to change my mind about Trump. He came up here to inform me about our government. It has nothing to do with Trump. And it has everything to do with all the other players too. Trump is just another player.
Yeah, I'm not a cheerleader, bro.
Right. He didn't come up here to change my mind. He came up here to spread some facts about what's actually going on behind the scenes. I didn't change his mind about my political belief. He didn't change my mind. But we have an understanding about, we have a common.
We accept that we think differently, and we accept each other.
And we have a
common. We can coexist.
Right. And we can talk. You could talk, and now I get it. I can understand some of the philosophy behind what he thinks. And hey, I'm a Democrat, so he obviously understands that, right? Even though he may not
be a Democrat myself.
Right. He obviously he understands that. So we don't need to talk about politics. We need to talk about we have common enemies. We have common
Yes.
enemies, and they're trying to
Yes.
do it to us again. So why
They're
am I?
going to do it to us again.
And they're going to do it to us again, right?
How many people do you think in the world know what I know? Just common people like me. Okay.
Common people like me, not hardly, maybe
5,000-10,000
right,
maybe.
maybe, yeah, right.
Right. And when it happens, everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, that stupid guy on the internet was kind of right about all this." And I'm like, "Whatever, it doesn't change." Like, I'm not trying to save anybody. I'm just telling you my mantra and why I want to insulate myself from this and why I believe what I believe.
Mm.
Okay, you don't have to believe it. You can take it with a grain of salt, but you simply got to go look up the New Deal, the Federal Reserve, what it did. Okay, and then look up back in the 1960s, coming off of the gold standard. And then go fast forward about 30 more years and go look at the 2008 financial crisis and do the math of when your government becomes insolvent. And when it becomes insolvent, you can kiss every social program goodbye, or there's no bailout for America, mind you. They're going to promise more social programs to save everybody because they stole everything. That's when they stole everything, is when they promise you more social programs,
Right.
because they hold all the capital, they hold all the equity, and they hold all the land. So then they're going to start talking about nationalizing industry. That sounds really cute and all, but one, we have a 4th and a 14th Amendment that says you can't take private property from people. And who in their right mind, who lives as an American, wants the government to take your private property?
Mm. Right. Yikes.
That's what socialism is. That's the last step of socialism.
Right.
If I were to tell you that the tenets of what marks a socialized failing economy, it would blow your mind, because you would realize we've been living under socialism.
Mm.
The only thing we haven't done is nationalized industry, but we do subsidize them.
Mm. Absolutely. They trying to come for you in the chat. Y'all leave Stephen alone. Stephen is doing what he needs to do. He's a certified yapologist. No, we ain't finna do that. We done got some gems from Stephen and the other guy. We done got some gems from that. Y'all, if you have any other gems or you have anything to add to conversation, come onto the panel next time and have a conversation. But other than that, don't discredit the person that is up here, and we're learning interesting information, and you can't dispute any of this information. Wow.
I want them to. I want to be wrong about this, but it's true. Like, it's just truth.
Right. He want to be wrong about it, but he sounds sincere to me. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Far more than I do. I'm not wrong. He's not wrong. So.
Well, I know I'm not wrong. I mean, it's not my college degree that made me smart. Right. It was because I sat here and read book after book, and I sat here and I read article and article, and I looked back at history over and over again, and I've looked at the history of other countries, okay, and I've looked at the history of foreign nationals, the Rockefellers, the bank trust, the entire monetary system, the global reserve currency, which is us right now, and the petrodollar. These are all things that people need to educate themselves on, so they understand how your government's moving. Right. Because they don't even understand the first thing of why Trump would want to set up a competitor to OPEC, because we don't control the price of oil, and our oil companies don't like that.
Right.
The billionaires don't like that they don't get to choose how much you're paying for oil. Now, if it's in the interest of the United States to align with the oil companies, which it is, to drive the price down of oil so that energy is cheaper and the population is docile and satiated, right, then that's what they'll do. They'll make small accommodations like that, but they'll never give you a piece of the pie. The pie is theirs, okay? You're not even sitting at the table.
His ego is unchecked. His ego. Stephen's ego? Wow.
Sure.
Hey, he ain't been wrong. He ain't been wrong yet. And everything he said sounds truthful. Let's put it that way. Don't be upset. If you guys want to come and say whatever you want to say. Oh, no, we ain't finna get into it with you, Jim. We ain't finna give it to you. Stephen,
I said the magic word HQ that made them all mad, and that was socialism.
yeah, they
Okay,
are not
they
able
think
to.
they all are hyped. They're all hyped up on this word democratic socialist. Tell me, what's the difference between a democrat socialist and a socialist?
I wouldn't know. What?
I wouldn't know either because it sounds like the same thing to me. Like, it's called a rebranding.
Want something? They
They're
just want to argue with something. They just want to. They just want to say no. He don't know what he's talking about because they all know what they talking about, right? No.
So I can get into the intricacies of how legislation's passed, which committees it comes out of, how the agenda's set, why Cory Booker sat up there for 24 hours trying to stall. They're trying to buy 2 months. They're buying 2 months to run the clock out on Trump. Okay, that's what they're doing in hopes that they regain power in the midterms. They don't care that it's a government shutdown for a month. They don't care that people are going to go hungry. That's not on the Republican or the Democrat agenda. They care about managing whatever Trump's doing to minimizing it as much as possible. And not everything that Trump's doing is bad for the nation. Now, some people live in a camp where they're like, oh, I hear the name Trump, and I immediately have an emotional reaction. I challenge you to look up the definition of propaganda. And the definition of propaganda says to elicit an emotional reaction from somebody on a benign topic. Okay? Donald Trump was beloved in this country before he ran for president, and they tore that man apart. So I don't really care if he's going for
Donald
vengeance,
Trump.
okay?
Well, I'd have to challenge you on that. I don't think he was a beloved person in this country.
Oh, absolutely, he was beloved. Absolutely, he was an icon.
They hated Trump from that you're fired. They hated that man.
He was around a lot longer before that. He was doing interviews with Oprah, ma'am. I
remember Donald Trump. I'm older than I remember him. I remember they hated him.
Now, you're talking about The Apprentice when he was doing that stupid little TV show. Absolutely, they hated him then. But they mocked him and they challenged him, and he lived in that different world that we don't live in. And he said, okay, I'm going to show you what's up. He went and got all his little billionaire buddies that he knew from all his lifetime of being a billionaire and having that money moving behind him, not in front of him like me and you do. And he decided he was going to be president, and he won. When everybody said he wasn't going to win, he won. How did that happen?
I don't know.
You think it was just a bunch of racist Republicans that were really that mad that Barack Obama won the election? No. In fact, I challenge anybody to point to one thing the Republicans have ever done in the history of this country that was racist. You're going to learn a lot of history about the Democrat Party that you're not going to like.
I don't know. This is where we might part ways. I don't know. But that's neither here nor there. Y'all got me up at 3 a.m. in the morning.
I know, me too. I'm going to bed.
I know. Thank you, Stephen. Come up again. Thank you, Stephen.
Yes,
Woo!
yes, ma'am.
Boy, are they trying to go crazy in the chat about what you talk about. We voted him in and dodged drunk Camilla. Y'all wild. See, opinions are like buttholes, my guy. Wow. But he was speaking facts. These are facts. And we really have to think, you can't pin a person down on when they drop bombs on you, right? Like the second caller called up and dropped bombs on us about what's going on in Venezuela. The 500 troops that are coming to each state that Trump ordered, that Trump ordered 500 states to every state starting January 1st. Military troops to the state. He dropped a bomb on Venezuela. Putin is in Venezuela. Putin has his people in Venezuela to stop the United States from taking the oil, from stopping the United States doing what they're doing. This is wild. And then we got a lot to think about. And we'll be back here like Monday night. I'll be back here Monday night. We have another topic. Maybe we'll have an update on Venezuela. Maybe we'll have an update on something else. These 500 troops. Nobody called to challenge people like Stephen. Yeah, nobody called to challenge people like Stephen. Nobody called. But I mean, he seemed to know a lot more information. The gentleman before him seemed to know a lot of information. Okay. But that's wild. Yes, of course. It may have been successful, but that don't mean that we liked him. Okay. That doesn't mean that we liked him. And I mean, see, here's the thing. There is with Donald Trump, there's personal failure, and then there's political failure. Okay. I personally didn't care about his personal failures, but his personal failures just highlight his public failures. Just makes his public failures even more bright, even more bizarre. Okay. That's what it does for me. Your personal failures are just that. But on top of the fact that you did X, Y, and Z in government in front of the camera as a president, just highlighted how much it was nasty work to deal with you as a president. And that's cool. That's cool. Everybody likes who they like, who they don't like. Trump is not ever going to be my favorite president. Just is never going to be. He might be yours, but he may never be mine. And he probably never will be. So it is what it is. But we had an interesting talk. I appreciate all of y'all showing up. Please like, share, subscribe. We have these content every day, except one time every week we don't. And that might be tomorrow for me, because, you know, I would love to take a day off and I wouldn't be at this time having conversations. But please like, share, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. Appreciate the like. All of those things. Okay? We appreciate it. We got to do what we got to do. And I will see you all. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, but it won't be tomorrow night. It'll probably be tomorrow afternoon. But I'll be back. I appreciate it. Hit that like button, please and thank you. Hit the like button, guys, please and thank you. I said it 3 times, please and thank you. I said it 3 times, please and thank you.